The gaming market today is starting to fall into a certain trend that makes a lot of games similar. Silent self-insert protagonists who happen to be pretty young, lame white gritty titles, box art of people being gritty and just standing there. And some of these patterns have been leaking into my favorite genre of games, JRPGs. Thankfully, in this day and age of consoles, there's one JRPG that stands above the rest. That game being Xenoblade Chronicles, my favorite game of all time. Also, before this video actually begins, yes, I'm aware that King K has made a video about Xenoblade, and it's honestly probably better, but I literally finished writing this script a day after his video came out, so I'm not letting these 60-something pages go to waste. Before I actually talk about the game, I want to talk about the history of the game and my history with it. Tetsuya Takahashi started working at Squaresoft by starting with SNES titles like Final Fantasy IV, 5, and 6, Secret of Mana, and even Chrono Trigger. And this was all within his first decade of working as a game designer. He then met and started working with what would be his future wife, Kaori Tanaka, also known by her pen name, Soraya Saga. They decided to try and make their own game and pitched it to Squaresoft as a Final Fantasy game, but it was too complex, even for Final Fantasy. Yeah, crazy, I know. This game later became known as Xenogears, releasing in 1998 on the PS1. Although this game was a hit, the second half of this game was significantly cut down due to budgetary and time constraints. Still, their first game they made together was a success, which is pretty impressive considering how cut down it was. Although it was successful, Takahashi and Saga knew they couldn't continue like this when Squaresoft was too busy with their bigger IPs. So Takahashi and Saga, as well as a few other employees, left Square and made their own company, known as Monolith Soft. And although their title Xenogears was owned by Square, the prefix Xeno was completely free to take. However, they were too low on money. Thankfully, they teamed up with Namco as their publisher, and then they made the Xenosaga series once everything was in place. Now, believe it or not, I've never played Xenosaga, or its two sequels, or any of the DS Japan-only remakes. Oh hey, they made a partnership with Nintendo. I wonder if that'll be important in 4 sentences from now. Anyway, after Xenosaga, they were short on money because the series just did mediocre. They were struggling to come up with any ideas until one day, on a train in 2006, Takahashi was struck with an amazing idea. The world of a video game taking place on the corpses of 2 dead gods. And so this game was in development for 4 years and it came out as a Japan Wii-only exclusive known as Xenoblade Chronicles. It was then released in Europe in 2011 too. However, America was outraged because they were not able to get it. There were riots on the streets, and I really shouldn't be making that joke right now. There are also 2 other Wii games that were only in Japan/Europe that people wanted, but like, whatever, man. So people started Operation Rainfall to try and get these games to come into America, and Nintendo gave in and released all those games worldwide. Worldwide? Worldwide. Xenoblade released in America in 2012 as a GameStop exclusive, and it was really cool. 2 years later, our Lord, our Savior, the meme man himself, Masahiro Sakurai, was like,
朋友是一个坚韧不拔的纪录片，在香港这座城市的设置，主演钱和乐。
This caused a boost in popularity, which led to 3 more Xenoblade games being made, and an okay new 3DS port, and then a remake on the Switch came out in 2020, and it came with an extra epilogue campaign added as long as well. You think we're going to get to the actual game now? Nah. Don't worry though, this is going to be a bit shorter. June 13th, 2014, Chugga Conroy announces his Let's Play of Xenoblade Chronicles. Me and my brother, who were avid watchers of him, were like, that's pretty cool, let's get that. And so we did. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't that into it first, but I had a lot of fun with Shulk and Smash, which he was actually announced to be in after we got the game. Strange. I decided to give it another try, and the first time I beat the game was in 2016. and I fell in love with it. I fell in love with this game and its sequels. Well, most of its sequels. I just wanted to clarify how I came across the game and a little bit of background story to the game. So now we can actually get to talking about the game. The game starts off with the story of how the world came to be, much like many JRPGs before and after. However, this one's a little more interesting. There is no man that just suddenly appeared. Instead, it's two gods that just suddenly appeared, and they started fighting. The Bionis made of organic life, and the Mechonis made of mechanical devices. Their clash was legend, wait for it, dairy. But one day they were like, alright, we gonna head out.
Until at last, only their lifeless corpses remained.
Eons later, many species have developed on the Bionis and Mechonis, such as the Homs, which are basically humans, and the Mechon, a group of savage, robot-like beings hell-bent on killing the beings of Bionis. We start in the middle of a battle between the Homs and the Mechon, taking place on the sword of the Mechonis. You start playing as Dunban, a war hero who wields the Monado, the only weapon that can pierce Mechon armor. For now. Actually, why the fuck do the Homs even have their military here if only one weapon can hurt them? Sure, it can keep other Mechon occupied, but everyone who isn't Dunban will probably die if they try. Hey, that rhymed. Anyway, Dunban and his two friends, Dickson and Mumkar, are like, yo, let's fight. But Mumkar was actually hoping to escape because he knows it's the Monado the Mechon are after, and he's a coward. Thankfully, he's also a dumbass and runs in the complete opposite direction and eats shit.
Oh no, please! No!
Anyway, Dunban and Dickson managed to drive off the Mechon. And then, this.
Vile Mechon. If you think the Homs, the people of Bionis, are just waiting here for you to pick us off, you are sorely mistaken!
This is fucking awesome. We fast forward to a whole year later and we're taken to the foot of the Bionis, at a junkyard, where we meet our young protagonist.
A Mechon M71? I bet I can use its optical system to align one of the anti-air batteries. Oh, no good. It's broken. The joint section. It's buckled. It's completely useless. Ugh.
Now, although Shulk falls into the trope of being a young protagonist, being 18, he's got something that most JRPG protags don't have. A personality. And a fucking job. And one that requires intelligence at that. Despite being so young, he's a talented weapons developer. He mostly just researches the Monado, but he does help make weapons for the local military force. It's why he's at the junkyard right now, he's looking for materials for weapons. This is when he comes across an old M69 model and tries to salvage it, but then...
Be able to... Shulk! Reyn! It's not a Mechon. It's just a Crabble.
After kicking the shit out of it, Reyn and Shulk decide to head back to their home, Colony 9. Now, you can tell through the way that they talk to each other, both in cutscene and gameplays, that Shulk and Reyn are incredibly close to each other. Maybe they're too close. You can definitely tell that these two have been friends for a long time. We'll talk about Reyn's character later, but his fighting skills are excellent. Shulk's personality is sort of represented with how he plays in combat. He starts off pretty weak, being screwed if he's targeted. However, as the game progresses, he gets extremely powerful, becoming better than Reyn. Speaking of fighting, this game plays a lot like an MMORPG, sort of akin to Final Fantasy XIV. I don't play many MMOs. You see an enemy and you target it, then initiate a fight with it. Your party members will approach the enemy, and when you're close enough, your party leader will attack it automatically. I know it sounds boring, but just you wait. You also have combat arts, again like Final Fantasy XIV. You select an art and press A to execute it. Depending on the arts, you can apply a status effect, which we'll talk about later, or you can do a massive amount of damage. Some arts do boosted damage if you attack an enemy's front, side, or back, which, thankfully, the Definitive Edition tells you when you're facing the certain side of an enemy. It's a little hard in the original. Then, of course, there are support arts like Light Heal, which moderately heals a party member. There's also talent arts. Each member has a unique talent art that does cool things. I'll talk about everyone's talent art in their category. And then there's tension. These little portraits to the side of the screen are actually integral for seeing your tension. Now, there are many multiple things that affect tension, which I'll talk about later, but you can see your tension level by looking at this character portraits in battle. If it is increased, then you have more accuracy, have a better chance of applying status effects, and certain arts do more damage. Your tension is high when your characters look more motivated or there's fire behind their character portrait, and your tension is low when they look all gloomy. Shulk's combat mechanics are very focused on positional attacks. Most of his arts do increase damage or add a debuff if you attack the front, side, or back of an enemy. He also has a few support skills, like one that heals one party member, so yeah. Speaking of fighting, Shulk and Reyn fight their way back to Colony 9. Where Reyn goes back to training, considering he is in the military, and Shulk heads back to the weapons lab. Also, we get to meet the J. Jonah Jameson of this game, the military colonel.
You idiots! What the hell are you playing at? Crashing the mobile artillery into a house. How long have you been in the force? I don't want any excuses. Champions don't whine, they win. Yes, sir. You're a disgrace to the uniform. Are you forgetting the shame you brought on this force during joint maneuvers with Colony 6? You're nothing but slackers.
Same old colonel. At this rate, the men will all be dead before they see any action.
While at the lab, he sees Dickson,
Dickson!
who apparently went on a trip. Now, Shulk's parents died when he was 4, so the only person he could look up to as a father figure was Dickson, who found and rescued him when he was 4. Shulk takes after Dickson by being a weapons developer. They discuss a theory that Shulk has about the Monado, that it has many abilities that we haven't seen yet. Dickson then mentions that Shulk spends too much time inside, which I have no idea what he's talking about. I mean, have you seen Shulk without a shirt? The scene fades to black, then we're introduced to the main love interest of the game.
Dunban, are you awake yet?
Is it time to eat already? You didn't have to bring it yourself. You could have just called me.
We're introduced to Fiora as we see what happened at Dunban. After the Battle of Sword Valley, Dunban lost control of the Monado and lost the ability to use his right arm. Nowadays, he sits at home with his younger sister, Fiora, who often looks after him. Fiora delivers lunch to Dunban, where in the conversation they have, Dunban mentions this.
But now I'm almost well enough to handle the Monado again.
Dunban, don't say that. The Mechon have gone now. Oh, why would you say that?
And you can tell Fiora's relationship with him from how she responds. She's extremely caring for her brother and would do anything to protect him, even if it means making him not participating in something he enjoys doing, which is fighting for the Homs. Afterwards, she mentions that she has some lunch prepared for Shulk, in which she then goes to find him at the park. You can also see from her journey here that she can fight well. Once she finds Shulk, they have a nice conversation while he eats. You can tell that both Shulk and Fiora have feelings for each other, but they haven't yet told each other. I guess they're just too shy. After a lovely conversation...
It's so peaceful. You know, Shulk, I hope every day can be like this, always.
Yeah, sure, that's something a person says. They decide to head back to the weapons lab. But before we do that, there's something I want to talk about. Oh, and as for her combat mechanics, she's a copy of Shulk, not even joking. And her talent art is just a combo that does a shit ton of damage in one move. The thing I wanted to talk about was what the game now introduces, a mechanic called Heart-to-Hearts. These are small optional cutscenes that just further develop/establish the relationships between two of your party members. Your first one is between Shulk and Fiora, reminiscing about time they spent all night at the park as children, due to Fiora getting in a fight with Dunban. All of the heart-to-hearts are completely optional, but worth it. However, a few heart-to-hearts require certain requirements that I'll talk about later. But I will say that my favorite heart-to-heart is actually one between Shulk and Reyn. They talk about a time when they were kids and when they got into a huge fight, talking about how they probably wouldn't even be friends today if they didn't even have that fight. I like this so much because it proves that, yeah, friends fight. It happens and it's totally normal. Yeah, sometimes the fight puts an end to a relationship, but other times it brings two people closer. If you want to know more about your favorite party members, try doing a heart-to-heart with them. I also want to bring up the voice acting real quick. All of the performances in this game are amazing. When characters are angry, you feel like the voice actor is legitimately screaming at the top of their lungs, fuming mad. That's how good it is. I really love Shulk and Fiora's voice actors in these games. They're really good. Anyway, Shulk and Fiora head back to the lab to find a certain someone.
Reyn?
Reyn! What are you doing? Shulk!
Reyn is a great party member and a better character. Unfortunately, he doesn't have nearly as much character development as Shulk or Fiora, but he's still amazing. He's always upbeat, trying to keep everyone either happy or determined, depending on the needs of the mood. He's also not afraid to call his friends out on the shit they do sometimes, which is something I wish everybody could do. He also acts as comic relief sometimes, which is pretty cool, but he's chill about it. Being a member of the military, he acts as a tank for the party, and he's definitely one of the best. Hell, his talent art is literally just pulling aggro from every enemy possible. Him and Shulk are practically inseparable. After this cutscene, he never leaves the party again. He's always trying to protect Shulk and act as the protector of everyone in general. Because of this, he's often headstrong, not thinking ahead of a lot of the time. But this problem is solved by the end of the game, trust me. Another thing he does is pick up the Monado while Shulk isn't around, and remember what happened the last time someone used the Monado? Yeah, it didn't go so well. Anyway, he loses control and goes crazy. He then kills Fiora and a machine. Holy shit. Just kidding. The machine's fine. Oh, and Fiora's fine too, I guess. This is when we get this gem.
It's broken!
What? What do you mean it's broken? Don't you care about me? I could have died!
You're not hurt, are you? The Monado can't cut people.
This is very good to know. We also get this gem.
I should.
I'm sure that's all very clever. But why were you more worried about a machine than me, Shulk?
Well, I just explained why.
Reyn then explains that he was actually there because he wanted help with a mission he was sent on by Squaretash, as Reyn says, aka the military colonel, aka Colonel Vanguard. He's been sent to refill ether cylinders, something we'll talk about later, at the cylinder hangar at Tephra Cave, and so Shulk and Reyn set off, leaving Fiora behind because this is a night with the boys. However, she makes Reyn promise to protect Shulk, which is a promise he tries to keep throughout the entire game. I love Reyn because, much like class clowns, they hide their actual feelings and instead provide comic relief to make people happy. But I'll talk about that more later, when it's actually very apparent. Once they get to Tephra Cave, they see Fiora, which if you just head here instantly instead of not doing any side quests, which is what a lot of people do normally, this is honestly pretty weird, but I'll let it slide. Don't worry, we'll talk about the side quest in a little bit. Fiora actually changes her mind and does tag along with them to Tephra Cave, and so they venture in. They then make their way to Magmel Ruins, which is on the way to the cylinder hangar. They talk about the origin of the ruins, as it wasn't created by the Homs. Shulk suggests it was made by a higher entity, and possibly by something a lot bigger than them. Anyway, they make their way to the cylinder hangar. They load up, mentioning how all their cylinders, much like Magmel Ruins, were already there before the Homs inhabited this area. After stocking up, they're attacked by some weird machines. However, they're not Mechon, so they easily dispatch of them quickly, if you're level 8 or above. Afterwards, they hear some strange alarm. They rush outside and...
That sound. In the sky! Oh, it's a...
This can't be!
No way. Mechon!
They quickly make their way back to Colony 9 by fucking cliff diving! Hell yeah. Fiora checks to see if Dunban is alright, and while this is happening, Shulk and Reyn are attacked by a Mechon. Thankfully, even though they don't have the Monado, there's a way to deal with them. If you attack them normally, you only do 1 damage. However, if you break and topple them, which again, I'll talk about it in a little bit, you'll be able to do some serious damage and knock them down. They won't stay down forever, but long enough to run past them. Fiora returns to bring the news that Dunban isn't even there. He is gone. So they then try to go to the Monado so they can kill the Mechon. However, when they get there, the lab is blocked by rubble. Oh, and also, there's a cutscene that makes everyone think that Vanguard fucking dies, but like, he shows up later in the game. Huh, whatever. They try to go to the mobile artillery that was broken, now that they have ether cylinders to go to fend off the Mechon. On their way, they're surrounded. Shulk and Reyn tell Fiora to gun it for the mobile artillery while they fend off the Mechon, and just as they're about to lose, Giga Chad appears.
The Monado!
Sorry I kept you waiting.
With the Monado at their side, they go to Fiora. However, they then realize they have to take the long way around, and while traveling, the Monado starts to reject Dunban again. He drops the Monado, and Shulk decides it's my turn. He grabs the Monado and charges the Mechon. He then sees of something, a vision of himself getting absolutely destroyed by them. He then uses this knowledge he just got to dodge their attacks flawlessly. How strange. Apparently Shulk is better at using the Monado than Dunban. They then proceed to where Fiora is. However, they're blocked off by one of the best antagonists of all gaming history. I will be talking about him later, but this fight is pretty important because for some reason, the Monado can't hurt him. Unless you break him, tackle him, you know, that's how you win the boss fight. However, Fiora tries to save them, and that's when tragedy strikes.
What did I just... Fiora!
Take that, Final Fantasy VII. What took you 20 hours to do, Xenoblade does in like an hour and a half. Yeah, Fiora dies, and Shulk, Dunban, and Reyn are pissed. Thankfully, Fiora did enough damage to him that it was easy for Shulk to win. However, before he can finish him off, he escapes. Now, when I first saw this cutscene, I was genuinely shocked. Scenes like these make me wish I could forget playing this game, just so I could feel a sliver of what I felt when I first played this game. This plot twist was so good that up until recently, it was still hidden from the masses for spoiler purposes. We then see a flashback. 14 years ago, some Homs went on an expedition in the mountains. Two of these Homs were Shulk's parents, who brought along a 4-year-old Shulk with them. We then see Dickson opening a door to find everyone on the expedition dead, except for Shulk. And what's also in that room is the Monado. A few days have passed since the Mechon invasion, and everyone's pretty sad, justifiably. Reyn finds Shulk sitting at the park where he and Fiora once sat. They talk about what they're going to do next, and then Shulk decides they're going to get their revenge.
I've made a decision.
Huh?
My purpose in life. I will pursue that faced Mechon.
Shulk.
They attacked our colony, killed Fiora. I will find that Mechon. Find it and destroy it. Destroy them all. What are you laughing at?
Sorry. It's just a bit weird. I never thought you'd be the one to say it.
So you agree?
Course, man. I'm just surprised you came out with it first.
You thought I'd try and talk you out of it? That's not what Fiora would want. That sound right?
Yeah. Something like that. I thought you'd give me a hard time.
In my head, there are two versions of me. One of them is saying that. It's telling me, listen to what Dunban said.
What about the other one?
It keeps shouting, make them pay. Destroy every single one of them. And it won't stop getting louder.
That doesn't sound like you. Sure it ain't my voice in there.
Might be. It's a bit of a loudmouth.
There you go then. So, when are we heading off?
Right now.
Perfect.
They set off to go to Colony 6 to see if they can get info on the faced Mechon, considering Colony 6 is on the way to the Mechon base at Sword Valley. As they set off, Dunban promises when he recovers, he will join them and kill Metalface. You can tell from this scene that Shulk will definitely not be the weak weapons developer that he is right now when you get to the end of the game. Once you can actually start playing again, the game tells you about a little something something. Ether gems are a lot like materia from Final Fantasy VII, or at least the status materia. If you have a weapon or armor that has gem slots, you can equip gems. They can offer a variety of benefits for you. They can raise your HP, strength, defense, they can make you go faster, they can make your attacks quicker, and they can even increase your accuracy only during night. Some weapons and armor come with gems already equipped. They're called unique weapons. After the Mechon attack, the game recommends you stop by the Gem Man's stall. He says he'll allow you to use his services for free. Why? Because we're friends of Dunban, and unlike real life, war veterans are recognized and get benefits for all businesses.
Oh, snap!
So, how does it work, you may ask? Well then, an enemy dies, they drop a chest. These chests can give you a variety of items, like weapons, armors, and materials for quests, or just to sell. They also drop crystals, which can be found in these ether deposits as well. Once you get these crystals, you can see what ether gems it'll give you. So, bring it to the Gem Man and you combine 2 crystals or more to increase the chance of success. You then select 2 people to work the furnace. Each party member has a unique skill when it comes to gem crafting, so I'll leave a link in the description that shows all the combinations and what they can do. It does contain spoilers, however, so be careful. Anyway, once the gem crafting starts, your gems will be made depending on your chance of success. If you have 200% chance of success, its rank will increase by 1. Oh yeah, each gem can be ranked from 1 to 6, with 6 only being able to do through 200% level 5 gem crafting. The effect increases with each rank. Honestly, the game wouldn't change too much if you remove these from the game, unless you're trying to tackle the Superbosses, which I'll talk about much later. But it really is a nice inclusion. The only thing that sucks is that your inventory has a max capacity, making it really tedious to go through it and discarding all the low rank gems during the late game. So Tephra Cave is on the way to Colony 6, so obviously you have to pass through it. Tephra Cave is the first of many dungeons you'll find in this game. Now, dungeons in this game aren't as apparent as they would be in games like Zelda or Final Fantasy. But here's how they go. You enter, watch a cutscene or 2, fight enemies into open chest, maybe solve a puzzle or 2, watch a cutscene, fight a boss, watch another cutscene, exit the dungeon. Now, yeah, this is pretty boring, but at least they're pretty short. Every dungeon except the second one and the last one can be beaten in 30 minutes or less, and that's just on your first time around. Well, unless you're underleveled. So, Shulk and Reyn notice that a door that was previously locked is now open, and hey, what do you know, it leads to the Bionis leg, which you need to go through in order to get to Colony 6. While they're on their way, Shulk gets a vision of a giant spider killing Reyn, and a little bit later, Reyn gets kidnapped. So, Shulk now has to save him. You also learn about climbing in this game, which yep, you're certainly climbing. Anyway, Shulk catches up to Reyn, and before Reyn is about to die, the Monado does something. It shields him from harm. There were some mechanics added to the combat, so now's a good time to mention them, considering that all other mechanics introduced will most likely be character specific. When Fiora catches up to Shulk in the park, you unlock Soul Voices. I'm pretty sure that's what they're called. Before initiating a battle, you can do a little QTE, and if you do it successfully, you get a little tension raise before the battle begins. It's pretty neat. Also, if a party member's attack misses, their tension will go down, but you might be able to stop that by doing the QTE and giving them motivational support. When Fiora joins Shulk and Reyn to enter Tephra Cave, you unlock chain attacks. This is the party gauge. It's separated into 3 little sections. If one section is filled, you can revive a dead party member or warn them of a vision, which I'll talk about in a sec. If all 3 are filled, however, you can perform a chain attack. Time stops. And depending on your party order, you can take turns performing arts, and you can do a lot of damage. Considering attacks do a lot more damage than they normally do in chain attacks. If you pull off certain attacks in the right order, you can easily exploit this game and breeze past it. For example, toppling and dazing. Topple and daze are technically status effects. Pink arts afflict break, which does nothing other than making an enemy susceptible to toppling. So green arts puts topple on an enemy who have break inflicted on them, unless other certain conditions are met for certain arts. I'll talk about that later when characters actually have that. Topple knocks over the enemy, making your attacks have a 100% chance of hitting them. The enemy can't do anything for 5 whole seconds, and when the enemy is toppled, you can use a yellow art to inflict daze on them. Daze is basically topple, but it lasts for 3 seconds and none of your attacks pull aggro. Any enemy with topple or daze can have topple reapplied to them. Although you can do this outside of chain attacks, it's a guarantee in a chain attack most of the time. There are other status effects, but I can't explain them all in a cohesive and timely manner, so here's a link in the description for all status effects and what they do. If all of your party members attack with the arts of the same color in a chain attack, the effect and damage are multiplied each time. Now, the Monado can do some pretty weird things, like allow you to see visions of the future in combat. That's fucking awesome. In combat, you might get a vision. The vision is shown to you. You see who's attacking, who's the target, what the attack is, what type of attack it is, and how much damage it does, any status effects it will apply, and how much time you have until the vision happens. I'll, again, link the exact specifics of the vision in the description below, so if you want to know more, go there. Shattering a vision will increase the entire party's tension. Nice! The Monado has many abilities that I will talk about once we have all of them. I am not sorry. Anyway, Shulk and Reyn kick the shit out of the big spider and proceed to the Bionis leg.
Wow. No matter how many times I see this, I never get used to it.
On the other side of those clouds.
Yep. It's our enemy. Mechonis.
The exploration in this game is perfect. The areas in this game are fucking gigantic. I think Monolith Soft made the right choice, making this the first big area you see. Most areas in this game are as big as the Bionis' leg, which should really tell you something considering this game was originally meant for the Wii. This game heavily rewards and punishes you in a very troll way for exploring. Oh hey, look here, a cool secret area. Oh, that's a ton of EXP. Oh, shit, it's a level 80 unique monster. Oh yeah, unique monsters. Unique monsters are something you'll find while exploring. They look like normal enemies, but bigger. And also they're basically optional bosses. Now, here's a little bit of advice for new players. Go for a unique monster that is a few levels below you, or else you will get your ass kicked. Also, the game sometimes likes to put high-level unique monsters in early areas. This guy here is literally the same level as the final boss. While exploring, Shulk and Reyn see some smoke and go investigate. They see a broken down buggy. Well, not really broken down, just needs a few repairs. Shulk decides to touch the buggy and he sees a vision of a young boy being attacked by Armours, which are kind of like rhinos in this world, so they decide to go and try and help him. They get there, kill the Armours, and are introduced to this guy, whose name is Juju. He thanks these Chads because he was too virgin to fend off for himself. He then tells them about a camp a little ways ahead filled with other homs. When they arrive, they're introduced to Sharla, a medic and Juju's sister. They then explain that Colony 6 was also attacked by the Mechon, and since they didn't have the Monado, they're fucked. Juju wants to go back to Colony 6 now that they have the Monado, and also this implies that the Mechon have now left, and although Sharla wants to, she realizes that everyone in the camp needs her right now, so she denies Juju's request. However, he sneaks out that night in order to fulfill his goal. Once they realize this, Shulk sees a vision that he gets kidnapped by a Mechon and dies, and Sharla also dies trying to save him. Reyn and Sharla decide to go save him, and Shulk decides to keep it a secret to Sharla, knowing that it won't really stop her. Him and Reyn then try to find a way to save both her and Juju, and now Sharla has joined the party. Alright, so you know how in Season 1 and a little bit of Season 2 of the CW Flash show, the character Caitlyn doesn't shut the fuck up about her dead fiancé? Yeah, so that's Sharla with her fiancé, Gadolt. Gadolt was in the fight of Colony 6, and supposedly, he hasn't shown up since. I really dislike Sharla and Juju. They're uninteresting and one-dimensional, and also Sharla's outfit was made like that to just make up for her lack of character. I know it, you know it, Monolith knows it, please just make this character good for once. Seriously, she doesn't shut the fuck up about Gadolt, unless she has to do her job as a medic.
When you talk like that, you sound just like Gadolt. That's how I know it's not worth arguing.
What am I, some kind of Gadolt substitute?
Her combat is basically just support. She barely has any attacking arts, mostly just buffs and getting rid of debuffs. Very uninteresting if you ask me. Her talent art is literally just to cool down her rifle because all of her arts heated up. And then there's Juju.
Compared to you guys, I know I'm pretty useless.
Yeah, you fucking are.
Come on. Who put this barrier in the way?
How? I hate this fucker so much. He causes more problems than he solves. They find the Mechon, kick its ass in one of the coolest arenas, honestly, and then this fucker comes in.
Juju!
No! It's not him at all!
But this one's got a face and all!
I've been waiting for you, Monado boy.
Okay, so another faced Mechon, and this one can talk. Whatever. And then he kidnaps Juju and holds him hostage. And then, now we have to go back to Colony 6, because the arena is blocked by this guy. Sharla then mentions that they can sneak in through the mines underground. And then they just say that's just where they happen to be. Speaking of these godforsaken characters, let's talk about them leading to us to the worst fucking place in the game. Fuck this dungeon, fuck this dungeon, fuck this dungeon. This is the second dungeon of the game, and generally considered to be the worst part of the entire game. So instead of worrying about all these Mechon, we'll talk about why this place just sucks. 1. The pacing. The pacing in this dungeon is atrocious. Most dungeons have a decent pacing, which I talked about before. Cutscene, fighting, cutscene, exploring, cutscene, puzzle, cutscene, explore, boss, cutscene. Here, it's cutscene, fight, cutscene, explore for like 2 hours, boss. You can't really go at your own pace because you have to wait for the elevators and moving platforms most of the time. And the music here is just a fucking loop for like 15 seconds. The general story of this place is, well, also a really bad part of it. When entering, Sharla's like, oh no, there's a Mechon. Then they hear gunshot. Sharla's convinced it's Gadolt because there's nothing else she can do. After all, that's her one personality trait. Turns out it was a Thoron, a special person in the Colony's 6th Defense Force who was friends with Gadolt, which is why he has his rifle. The Thoron learns that Juju is here and decides to go ahead and try and find him. However, Shulk gets a vision that he's going to die. Oh no. Don't worry though, this is the second to last time they do something like this. However, a Thoron blows off Shulk's warnings, so now they have to save 2 people. Yay! You get to the bottom and find Zord, the face Mechon who kidnapped Juju. He says his name is Zord, and he's like, oh, I'm your host today because he's hosting a dinner party. He wants to devour Juju. Anyway, you kick his ass, a Thoron shoves him into a pool of ether. However, Zord drags the Thoron down with them, but this time, Reyn changes the future. PogChamp! Anyway, they all exit, but hey, Zord's alive. Thankfully, the Monado can hurt him now because of all the ether. He gets his ass kicked one last time, then says, hey Shulk, I know secrets that you don't know. And then you exit the ether mines, thankfully. And then think about what their next move is.
Yes, but there's still no sign of that Mechon with the metal face. He's the one we're really after.
Yeah.
Hope I'm not interrupting.
It's him! Metal Face!
Metal Face is easily my favorite villain from this game. He's a mustache twirling villain, but he's an amazing mustache twirling villain. His main goal is literally to just mentally torment Shulk and Dunban.
Oh, this one can talk and all.
I can talk all right. And I got a good memory. Fiora, get out of there! Get out! Screams were music to my ears. My claws slid right through her soft flesh. Like a hot knife through butter.
Talk all you want. Because those words will be your last!
He's really fucking evil and he loves it. Sometimes we need a one-dimensional villain, and Metal Face fills that role perfectly. Leave more character development for the other villains in the game. Anyway, he interrupts the party and teases Shulk while his bitches watch. However, Shulk gets back up. You then fight off a horde of Mechon with Dickson and Dunban, who appeared, and Dunban can actually damage Mechon.
I've recovered a great deal since we last met. And that miserly old coot over there made me this. Sharp, light, perfect for cutting through steel. Show me a Mechon and I'll slice it in two.
Miserly old coot. That sword is forged from Mechon armor. It's worth every penny.
Shulk gets so pissed that he uses his willpower alone to cut Metal Face's armor. However, it still was all for naught. Right when the party is about to lose, an unknown creature comes to help. They then retreat. And now I show you a glimpse of the second best character.
You did well. But what of the boy? Ah. Well then, there is much to be done.
Dickson explains that what they just saw was a Telethia, a helper of the Bionis. I should also mention that Shulk saw a vision of people he doesn't even know and the rest of the party on the top of a black tower. Shulk talks about his visions, and Dickson knows the place. He's talking about Prison Island, which lies at the top of the Bionis near its head. So they decide to head there before Sword Valley. In order to get there, though, they must cut through Satoral Marsh, which goes around the waist of the Bionis. Dunban and Dickson decide to join, however, just like Juju and Thoron, Dickson joins as a guest. Not actually fighting, but they're in the cutscenes. Dunban, on the other hand, is now a fully fledged party member. Dunban finally joins the party, taking the role of a mix between Shulk and Reyn, having a mix of attack and tank arts, which makes him a evade tank, and it also just makes sense considering he's acted as a mentor to both of these people, as well as being the last party member who resides in Colony 9. Character-wise, he's very stoic externally, hiding his feelings, yet he does break and have emotional bursts in certain circumstances that we'll get to eventually, trust me. Just like his arts mirror that of Shulk and Reyn's, his talent art, Blossom Dance, mirrors that of his sister, Fiora. Her talent art, Butterfly Step, is a powerful 4-hit combo. Dunban's talent art is also a 4-hit combo, however, it's so fucking powerful, it can split the earth in two. Also, it requires a QTE for each hit, and his speech that he gives as he's killing monsters with Blossom Dance is so inspiring, it challenges Optimus Prime.
I am Optimus Prime, and I send this message to any surviving Autobots taking refuge among the stars.
Born in a world of strife, against the odds, we choose to fight! Blossom Dance!
Honestly, Dunban is my favorite party member, gameplays-wise. He's very customizable to become a tank or attacker or a mix of both, which is what I generally go with, so yeah. Anyway, the party decides to head to Satoral Marsh, huh? This game has the most interesting idea for a world, taking place on the bodies of two dead gods the size of countries. The general rule of this game is, if you can see it, you can go there, and you'd be surprised how often it proves to be true. What I love most about this game's world is how connected it feels. This is mostly due to the fact that, like, for any area taking place outside, you can see the Mechonis or Bionis across from you. So that's really neat, and you can also see the rest of the Titan you're on most of the time from its corresponding position. You truly do feel like you're traversing these Titans all the way through. And hey, what's a game's world without a little bit of aesthetic? This game is just so aesthetically pleasing. Each area of this game has a unique aesthetic to it. The Bionis Leg has these grassy half-arches, Satoral March has these light-up trees that look astonishing, and, skip here to avoid spoilers, Eryth Sea has these floating islands, and Mechonis Field has these mechanical rotating cylinders and oil pools at the bottom. And those are just a few examples of how amazing this game's aesthetics are. Honestly, I would live on the Bionis and Mechonis, minus all the, the war and stuff. The party eventually comes to a camp with traveling Nopon merchants, so they decide to take a quick rest there, and you know what? While you're there, why not talk to an NPC with a white exclamation point above their head and accept a side quest? There are many side quests throughout this game, like a lot. You accept a side quest by talking to an NPC with a white exclamation mark above their head. If you talk to an NPC with a generic name like Colony 9 Resident and you get a quest, it's the simple fetch quest or a hunt. And thankfully, once you get the materials or kill the monsters you need to do, the quest is complete. No need to return to the NPC who gave it to you, thankfully. However, if there's an NPC who actually has, an actual name, a unique one, then their quest is going to be a bit more special. They have you doing all sorts of things, like delivering a letter or fixing a broken watch, and you have to report back to the quest giver for these. Sometimes you even get a vision to see the fate of the quest giver, making the story of the questline much more interesting. thankfully, side quests are a lot easier in Definitive Edition because you can actually track down objectives and the game tells you where to go on the minimap, which is a feature I wish the original had. There are a whole lot of side quests in this game, and thankfully the rewards are worth it most of the time. You can get EXP, money, AP, sometimes ether gems, weapons, armor, and even a reputation boost, which I'll talk about in a little bit. Sometimes you'll be exploring randomly and then BAM! A quest shows up. These, my friends, are surprise quests. Surprise quests are simply side quests that appear out of the blue. Yeah. I don't know why I made this category. Like, that's all they are. Next. If you press Y near a named NPC, you can trade with them. You can receive a variety of items from NPCs, which most of the time you'll be trading for an item you need for a quest. It's 7 o'clock. You see how much the item is when trying to trade, and if you trade an item that has a certain amount more to it, you can do an overtrade, and the NPC will give you a little bonus item along with the item you traded for. The only thing I don't like about this is that you can't trade for multiple amounts of an item at once, which sucks considering most quests need multiple amounts of items. Literally, that was like the only thing I wanted fixed in Definitive Edition.
You know, I've been very excited for this game the second it was announced. When it was announced, I screamed like a little girl, and my mom told me to shut up. And,
I would have too. Shut the hell up. Goddamn.
And honestly, I wasn't coming into this game with many high expectations, because I don't go into anything with high expectations. That way I'm never disappointed. However, I am disappointed because I only had one for this game, and although the game has improved upon so many things from the original, it still did not meet my one expectation I wanted, and that was it was to fix the trading system. So in the game, you can talk to any NPC with a unique name, not just like a villager, and you could trade with any named NPC. You can trade an item, a weapon, armor, and this is very helpful with quests if you need like items. It's very easy to trade. However, you can only trade one item at a time, like one amount of an item at a time. So let's say you need like 10 like special items. You have to go through the process every single time of like just you have to hear their little dialogue being like, oh, let's trade, and then you have to find the item and select that, then find another item that you are trading, and do that over and over again. And I was thinking, why don't you just make it so that you're able to select multiple amounts of that item and trading? And they didn't do that. It's the same.
However, other than that, this idea is fucking amazing. It fleshes out the world a lot more and is super useful considering you can track down what people trade on the Affinity Chart. The Affinity Chart is a chart that shows how reputable you are with others. It first shows how close you are to your party members, then it shows how popular you are in the areas of the game, and when your reputation with an area increases, people will trade more with you, and you'll access more side quests. You can also see an NPC's relationship to other NPCs if you talk to them and have them registered on the Affinity Chart. Infinity Chart? Affinity Chart. This is honestly really fucking cool. Games have tried to do reputation systems before, and most I have played fail. So it's really nice to have a change of pace. This also fleshes out the world a shit ton, and hey, now the Affinity Chart... I said it again, god damn it. Now the Affinity Chart has increased, and I can finally trade for the last item I need for the Collectopedia. The Collectopedia is a collection of all the items you can find out in the open of an area. Every area has one, and there's a miscellaneous section too. They're all split into an average of like 4 to 5 categories. Filling out a category gives you a reward in the form of an armor piece, a weapon, or an ether gem. and filling out the entire area's Collectopedia gets you a better reward of a similar caliber. Here's some advice. The top category of Colony 9s and the Bionis legs Collectopedias get you a Quick Step 3 gem, which makes you go hella fast, and a Pelt Top, an armor piece that can last Shulk almost up to halfway through the game. Speaking of collecting things, you're tasked with collecting 4 items to perform a ritual so you can go to the Bionis' back. After that, a Thoron, Dickson, and Juju decide to leave, realizing that they're just needed somewhere else. Well, not Dickson. He goes off to do Dickson things.
Can't say I feel so good about deceiving these kids.
What's that you say?
Oh, just mumbling. Forget I said anything.
Then the game tells you about the one thing that Juju is useful for. Because Colony 6 is in complete ruins, you have to rebuild it from square one. But first, we need to clear a path for the residents. Cool. Now, we need funds and materials. There are 4 sections which need 5 separate levels to be built. I will be doing this over the course of the game, but for now, let's get everything to level 1. Okay, so this is a post-editing this section, me, to tell you that I actually forgot to level up Colony 6 all the way. So anytime that I show something that should be available after a certain level of Colony 6 is reached or something like that, I'm simply going to just borrow footage from YouTube. So I want to apologize in advance real quickly. And, I mean, like, yeah, I guess. Oh, I should also mention that if you get other to level 1 in Colony 6, you can get a small chance of items that are unique to areas that are not able to be visited to after a certain time. Like, they'll appear there. Like, once an area has been blocked off from you forever, if you missed anything for the Collectopedia, you can probably find it at Colony 6. So, just letting you know that. Oh, hey, I got a reward. Oh. What's this? Oh. Oh! You can also invite people to the colony and unlock more shops, which is actually pretty cool shit. I recommend getting each area to at least level 1 in Colony 6 because afterward you can go to the Gem Man and unlock portable gem crafting, aka just getting gem crafting from the menu instead of going to the fast travel point. I'm going to be honest here. This was the last category written because I simply forgot to add it. I want to discuss this real quick. So, each party member has 3 skill trees, but can get up to 5 if you do the right side quest. Honestly, the only optional one worth getting is Shulk's Bravery skill tree, link in the description to, get more info about it. You get skills by simply leveling up, and you can use Affinity coins, which are obtained via leveling up and killing unique monsters, to link party members' skills, given you have a good enough affinity with them. Now, for the UI, guys, I'm so glad this UI is so much better than the originals. As much as I love the original game, its UI is absolutely garbage. No wonder the original was bad design and Definitive Edition was good design on that one episode of Good Design, Bad Design. The UI was so confusing to navigate, and it was hard to sort through, and the Switch version just streamlines everything so nicely, and I'm just so glad. If you want to know more about the UI, design, and whatnot, I'll link a video that talks about all differences for all 3 versions of the game. So, yeah.
I also want to real quickly just bring up the weight system in this game because nobody really talks about it. And it does exist, but it is quite small, so I'm not going to dedicate an entire category to it, despite how hypocritical that may sound considering the surprise quest category. But basically, most of the time, the better the armor, the heavier it will be, and it only really just determines how fast you'll fall from a certain height, so that's all there really is to it. I just thought I'd bring it up here because I didn't really know where else I'd talk about it, so yeah.
After a climb up the Bionis' ass and a shortcut through its 3rd lung, we arrive at the upper back of the Bionis, Machina Forest, native home to the Nopon.
Melia, withdraw to the Nopon village and let us handle this beast.
No, Egil. Do you really expect me to leave you, run away and save myself? Egil, Hogard, Garin, Damil, bestow the light of your life unto me.
As we're traveling through the forest, we come across a girl. You get a little cutscene beforehand that it just shows some stuff. Sharla diagnoses her, and we're tasked with getting fresh water ether gems. And Shulk decides to go on his own to a waterfall, where he can also refill their flask.
We're short on water too, so I'll fill up our flasks.
I noted this line because the developers didn't need to put that in, but the fact that they did brings so much realism to the story, and it also shows that they actually care about the work they're creating. I wish I could say the same for Nintendo nowadays. Once he gets the gem, he meets a strange individual.
Who are you?
Hello there.
Hello.
How unusual. It is quite rare to see a Homs in this region.
This is Alvis, and he says stuff like this.
They're here.
Huh?
The Monado emits a particular ether wavelength in its ground state. It must have drawn them.
Huh? Oh! What are they? Alvis, get out of the way!
It is a Telethia.
Telethia?
They can read your mind. Whether you have a vision or not, if they know your next move, it's all in vain.
You know about my visions? How could you possibly?
There is only one way. Stop it in its tracks, then dull its perception.
Oh yeah, he can also use the Monado, and uses it to stop the Telethia from reading your mind. After you kick their asses with Alvis,
can you shut up and help me? Stop saying you can feel my power. Shut up and help me, goddammit. Alvis. Jesus Christ. You can feel my power. You can feel my power. That's all he's saying.
They were not the primary Telethia. Merely its spawn. The primary Telethia dwells elsewhere in Machina Forest. Is it wounded? I see. The Telethia is hurt and lies in rest, wounded by a girl.
Reyn shows up, and Alvis is all of a sudden gone, making Reyn think he's imaginary. So they just decide to drop it so that Shulk doesn't get frustrated.
You probably passed out from dehydration and dreamt this guy up. Come on. Wait till the others hear this.
He was here, Reyn. I didn't dream it. I'm not lying.
They get back to the others, and Sharla quote-unquote heals her. And then we get introduced to a special someone.
Everything's fine. You're gonna be...
Get your hands off me!
Ah! Hey, watch it!
Melia is easily my favorite character in this game. She starts as a mysterious character. You don't really know much about her. All you know is that she knows what Prison Island is, how to get there, and she knows of the High Entia. As a thank you for saving her, and an apology for bitch slapping Shulk, which, come on, that's pretty funny. She'll escort the party to Eryth Sea and try to get them Imperial sanction to Prison Island. So, in order to get there, they must visit the home of the Nopon, Frontier Village. On the way there, we can fight with her. She's a heavy ether user, so she specializes in buffs. So she's a better version of Sharla. Take that, dumbass. You can summon an element and it will buff your party. You can have up to 3 elements present at a time. Melia does have a physical attack in the form of Spear Break, it causes knockback, and if you follow it up with another one of her arts, Starlight Kick, it topples. This is one of the only arts in the game that can topple and doesn't require break to be put on an enemy. Cool. Some of Melia's arts can apply debuffs to enemies, but not many. She can apply Bind, Sleep, and another debuff that I'll talk about later. You can cause some crazy stuff like this with Hypnosis and Spear Break.
So basically get over here, lure it, press ZR down so Dunban and Riki don't attack it, hypnotize it right about here, then you want to run away so you don't activate your own auto attack, get into position, Spear Break it, and you should be able to just push it down and then it'll just die. Like so.
This is the best way to grind EXP in Definitive Edition. There was a better way in the original, but it was patched. Her talent art, Elemental Discharge, gets rid of the current element present, but does damage to your target, and will debuff them depending on which element was discharged. If you have multiple elements present, whichever one was summoned last will be discharged. Her talent art can be used as long as an element is present, and whenever you use it, it fills up. When the talent gauge is actually full, you enter Elemental Burst. Melia will say this when it happens.
I feel the ether building within me.
When in an Elemental Burst state, all of her arts are more powerful, and she's able to use Shadow Stitch, which is the binding art I talked about, and it also allows her to use that mystery debuff art that I'll discuss later.
This is the entrance to Frontier Village.
So this big tree is where the Nopon live?
Ah, Bird Lady. Welcome back, Bird Lady.
Hum hum! Hum here! Hum here!
Hum who? Hum who?
Hum hum everywhere! Me want touch hum hum.
Me want nibble hum hum.
Hum hum taste pih.
Hum hum scary. Ooh.
Nopon of Frontier Village. Melia Antigua has returned. I request an audience with your chief. Chief, will you hear my request?
Melia here.
Bird Lady here.
Bird Lady?
After getting to the chief of their village, he gives them permission to go to Eryth Sea. Melia says peace, because she has some quote-unquote unfinished business. Shulk confirms his suspicion and asks Melia if she was the one to wound the Telethia, and she responds with,
How do you know of the Telethia?
Then Shulk explains the plot of the game so far, and they decide to go kill the Telethia together, and the chief of the village is like, here, we'll have our hero pawn come with you to help. Let me introduce him.
May I introduce hero pawn Riki!
Watch out!
Get off me! To you!
Right in the... Take this, bubble!
Riki is basically the comic relief of this game. I mean, who doesn't love this lovable furball? People describe him with the word love. You can't hate that. He only joins the party because if we succeed in killing the Telethia, his debt will be cleared. You can learn in on Heart to Heart that he bought 20,000 fish eggs, and that's how he acquired his debt. Combat-wise, he is a beast. He's a tank who specializes in buffs and debuffs, and his talent art, Yoink, can steal one thing from an enemy. It could be an item, HP, agility, strength. It's only temporary, however. Also, his health. Oh my, his health. He was originally the party member with the lowest health, and as a joke, the developers made him the highest. So they just kept it. He has the highest HP in the game. This, combined with his debuffs, makes him a vicious tank. Also, he may seem like some goofy one-note character, but later in the game, we'll see that he also has a lot of heart to him. After getting Riki prepared for battle, we go on a hunt for the Telethia. We find a patch of grass that is completely gray, and it's here that Riki tells us that the Telethia can absorb ether from the Bionis to heal itself, which is why they're a threat and need to be eradicated. And hey, look who it is.
Stick together, everyone!
Dino Beast, because Riki imagined...
It's here that Shulk gives a motivational speech to Melia, and Melia does this neat thing called Mind Blast. This is the mystery art I was talking about. It inflicts aura seal, and that prevents enemies from using auras, like the ones Telethia use to, well, you know, read your mind. Then Dunban does a slam dunk so cool the Telethia dies. Afterwards, everyone's celebrating at Frontier Village.
Hereupon Riki, be proud! Hereupon Riki, tough guy!
Hereupon Riki, bestest! Bestest!
And we learn that Riki is 40, a husband, and a father of 6. At least 6, anyways. Riki's wife, Oka, suggests that Riki continues his journey to make the village proud, and so he does. Then we get to the top of this giant tree. Did I mention that Frontier Village is inside a giant tree? We see this.
You have nothing to fear. This will take us to Eryth Sea.
I just real quickly want to talk about how Eryth Sea looks, how the music is, and its aesthetics. This is just my favorite area in the game. We get a fantastic side plot about a murderous family, one of the best area songs, and the second most calming one in the game. Originally the first. And it's all wrapped up by being about the best character in the game. Also, this place just looks amazing. This is cool, okay? That's really all I can say about it. Just play the damn game! Anyway, we see Prison Island and the floating city of Elkamoth, which we have to go to get Imperial sanction to go to Prison Island. When we get there, we see these strange guards who go,
Welcome home, Lady Melia.
Lady?
Huh?
Thank you, Captain. These Homs and this Nopon are my guests. See them safely to the guest quarters. Give them anything they need.
As you wish. What's going on?
I have no idea.
Melia, are you? Melia.
I cannot speak now, but I shall fulfill my promise.
I understand.
I will arrange for an audience with the Emperor. Will you wait?
She then says BRB, and we get arrested while that happens.
More of these guys.
While they're being kept in the equivalent of a Swedish prison cell, Alvis comes back to save the day, explains that he too can see the future, and then heads out. I should also mention that the reason he was arrested in the first place is because of a prophecy saying that if the High Entia ever came into contact with the Monado again, then they'd all be fucked. And that's the reason why they were arrested. And then Alvis clears up the situation. And now they're free. I forgot to mention that part, and I'm really stupid. Shortly after, a guard looking for Alvis explains how one of their workers may be in trouble, and Shulk & Co. volunteered to go instead. It's here where Well, this is the first time you come across this, but I decided to talk about it here anyway. Story quests are quests that are related to the story. You can't progress through the story without doing them. So what's the difference between a story quest and just the norm? There's no tracking guide. Yep. Anyways, we save the guy and then we head back. The party finally finds out who Melia truly is.
Will remain your emperor for years to come. But now is the time to announce my successor. May I introduce your crown princess?
And there's the lady herself.
Melia Antiqua.
It's her. She's a princess.
My daughter, Melia Antiqua, will depart immediately to face the tomb. She will seek the approval of our ancestors and become your crown princess.
Then we're attacked.
Excuse me. We ordered room service an hour ago.
Then this.
Wait! This is His Highness Callian, brother to Her Highness Melia.
Melia's brother? Callian, Melia is in danger. She'll be killed at an altar if we don't find her soon.
Now this.
Those who enter the tomb must do so alone. Her life, or death, is in the hands of fate. Those not worthy of the throne are exactly that.
You can't seriously think that. This is your sister. This is Melia.
And then...
This ritual holds a special significance. It is wrong for us to interfere.
I don't like it.
But am I right in saying that the rules of this ritual affect only High Entia? And if some strange Homs happen to get involved, it wouldn't cause a problem? Or is there some rule that prohibits Homs from entering the tomb?
No, I suppose not.
Then look at it this way. I don't need to know how big a deal this ritual is to your people. What I do know is that your sister's life is at stake. Cut us a break, and we'll save her.
Who are you?
My name is Dunban. I'm sort of the protector of this Mechon-bashing band of Homs.
I'm writing this at 4 AM, so piss off. We head to the place next. The High Entia tomb is the third dungeon in the game and the shortest, and the easiest. You don't spend much time here. Most of the time, even on my first playthrough, I can get through this place in like less than 40 minutes. Let's just go over the story real quickly. We start by seeing Melia as she undergoes the trial, which is just to kill a few enemies, but once she gets to the end, she's greeted by an AI of one of her ancestors, who mentions that she is a worthy candidate to carry on the future of the High Entia. And then we're hinted at some secret about the High Entia, but before we can even learn it, she's attacked.
No impure child of the second consort has the right to refer to the first consort as mother. A filthy Hom's half-breed has no right to the throne.
We catch up to Shulk and Co., who just entered the tomb. We get this fun exchange.
The defense systems are designed to prevent uninvited...
Well, what does this do?
Don't touch! Huh?
It's raining men! Hallelujah, it's raining men! Amen!
After the rest of the party scolds Reyn.
What a mess, Reyn.
Friend not clever touching button.
I'm with these guys, Reyn.
How was I supposed to know that was gonna happen? What about your visions, eh? You think the two of you could come up with something?
You know it doesn't work like that.
It would have been useful, yes.
Pair of fortune-telling frauds.
You got us into this mess. And it's not the first time either.
Riki, agree with Shulk.
Why is it my fault all of a sudden?
This time it is your fault.
Precisely.
Well...
Be thankful that we are all alive. I suggest greater care next time.
We carry on to find out where Melia is.
Filthy Homs half-breed has no right to the throne!
Melia, half Homs.
We then need to fight Tyrea, this person, the person who's attacking Melia. I'm going to be honest, this is my least favorite fight in the game, and here's why.
F this goddamn fight, man! I know fight is considered more difficult, and trust me, we'll get to that one. But my god, on top of dealing with the Telethia's bullshit, having to Monado purge him, only for this absolute unit to topple your entire party and then leave you dazed, leading Tyrea, the absolute bitch, to spank you with the cinder block she calls hands and feet. And you better pray herself that you have enough talent gauge to apply Monado purge again, because that shit wears off so quick. And you might be thinking, well, why not just deal with Tyrea first? Well, because the Monado doesn't hurt the High Entia. But you need the Monado for the Telethia. I was so sick of hearing, I will not let the throne be sullied. Yeah, that's my own version of you'll pay for your insolence.
Oh, and also she can kick my ass, and it's a gank fight. I have no shame in saying you should have a party of Melia, Reyn, and Riki, summon Aqua as Melia, then summon Copy, then summon whatever, and start discharging. Oh, and never discharge the two Aquas, just please. After kicking her ass, she sort of disappeared.
Hey, Shulk. Whoever that was is gone.
So, they escaped.
And you don't have to see her again. You can if you want, however. But more on that, like, much, much later. Afterwards, Shulk has a nice chat with Saurian, Melia's father, about getting access to Prison Island. Shulk is denied because of the prophecy that once the Monado appears before the High Entia, they'll all be fucked. Saurian then asks a favor of Shulk.
One more thing.
Yes?
I ask this not as Emperor Saurian Antiqua, but as a father. I do not demand that you act as Melia's protector, but I would be honored if you would be her friend. This is my humble request.
It would be my honor.
Before we go to her, I want to talk about something real quickly. The High Entia are a very unique race. In this category, I'm basically just going to explain my thoughts on the arc you go through with the High Entia, as well as the quests you are given. But before we do all that, let's just talk about their design. They look really cool, even though the thought of people with wings on their heads seems really stupid at first. You only actually see them fly with wings once in the entire game, and that's from a side quest that is completely optional. I also want to bring you back to this.
Was this built by the Mechon?
I don't think so. There's a path for people to get in. It might have been a vehicle of some kind.
Like the Defense Force hover transports.
A vehicle? But it's so big.
It's amazing technology. I wonder what kind of people made it.
The High Entia were the higher entities Shulk was talking about, and they also made the robots that attacked us at the end of Chapter 1. Evident by the fact that, Eryth Sea is sprawling with them. Now, let's talk about the quest you are given. Almost every race in this game has at least 2 unique story quest lines that are overarching mini-quest. Honestly, the High Entia houses the weakest of all side quest lines. There weren't really any that caught my eye. As for the main story arc, I think it's kind of interesting to go with the whole corrupt family route. I haven't seen this done in many JRPGs before. Also, the discrimination that Melia gets for being half human actually kind of ties in with today's political uprisings. How interesting. Now, let's get back to Melia, who happens to be in her late mother's garden. It's at this point in the story that Melia begins to develop an affection towards Shulk. Honestly, this part is going to be brief because this is just me saying something really important for later categories that relate to her. And I also just want to point out this scene real quickly that happens here a little while after where we are right now. Shulk isn't in the room. and there's a pretty important conversation happening. However, Melia isn't looking away from the door, hoping that Shulk walks in, and when she hears some news that basically ruins her chances of a love life with him, she frowns and looks down. I just really love subtle details like this.
What a stunning garden. The arrangements, the fountain. When the colony is up and running, can I steal some ideas?
My late mother adored this place.
Late, Mother? But I thought your mum was...
Her Highness, the first consort, is not my birth mother. Members of the imperial family must take 2 wives. 1 Homs, 1 High Entia. My mother is the second consort. I am half Homs, half High Entia.
Melia.
Millie live here?
Yes, Riki. Since I was young, I cannot walk outside as you see me now, so this garden gives me much relief.
What's wrong with how you look? Who cares if you're half Homs? You'll always be you.
Anyway, after that lovely chat, this happens.
It can't be.
Shulk!
It's the Emperor.
Father!
Another vision!
Shulk, what did you see?
On that tower. On Prison Island.
What does the siren mean?
Mechon! They're coming!
Callian, your sister's time has come. Your Majesty, there is only one course of action left. We will not waver from our destinies.
Father!
Callian, take charge of the capital's defenses. I will go to Prison Island.
Brother! Where is Father? The Imperial staff, it's... So Father has gone. Callian!
The Emperor has proceeded to the island, alone. For the sake of the Empire.
Why did you let him go alone? Father!
His Majesty is fully aware.
Alvis.
Of what will happen to him, and what he must do before then.
You saw something.
I did, during our ancient divination ritual.
If he knows, then why?
Because he is the ruler of the Imperial family and all the High Entia.
So, Melia, what's it to be?
We go to Prison Island.
Do we need to use the transporter?
We do. But first we must unlock the seals.
Seals?
We need to unlock 2 seals to reach Prison Island.
Now, we have to fight a lot of enemies and unique monsters as a part of a story quest. So here's where I should mention a part of this game that also plagues the rest of the franchise. It's sudden changes in difficulty. Sometimes you get bosses that are the easiest thing in existence, and then bosses that make you want to throw your controller at the wall. Seriously, this is so infuriating. The original version of this game had no difficulty setting, which I can sometimes appreciate, but the definitive edition has something called casual mode, which basically allows you to kill any enemy or boss that's 20 levels above you. It's pretty broken. I only used it once. It was with the Zord fight. It was launch day. I've been playing for 10 hours. It was like 4 AM. I was tired. But I'm also using it for the sake of this playthrough so that, you know, the footage isn't an extra 40 hours. But I thought, you know, I'm glad they did that. There's also something called expert mode, where basically if you do too many quests, you don't want to be over leveled, so you can control the pace at which you level. It's simple enough. It's similar to the way you level up in a Dark Souls or Bloodborne. So, yeah. Alright, real quickly, I just want to say if I sound different throughout like the rest of the series, it's because I'm using a different mic. I'm using one that I think sounds better. So, like, I started using it at this point, so yeah. Once the party unlocks the seals to Prison Island, they catch up to Saurian, and then he releases the seal.
Our forces can only take so much. The capital's defenses are sure to fall. It can't be. A giant. So this is what was sealed away.
How long has it been, Emperor?
This is Zanza. He created the Monado. He then says, hey Shulk, if you free me, I'll make it so that the Monado can face Mechon.
Where's this power coming from? That? So he's come out to play. That's cheating. Can't have that. This is gonna be good. Try and stop my new toy. Catch this, Zanza. This party's over.
No! Zanza!
Bye, Zanza.
A silver-faced Mechon.
Zanza. Respond, Zanza. I know you can hear me.
I sense thought waves.
Zanza, how many more will you sacrifice?
Who are you to talk to me? How dare you? You know nothing.
I am here to talk, Zanza.
Mechon! You will pay for what you've done!
Please wait. I mean you no harm.
Give us back Fiora! Give her back!
I told you to stay out of the way, boy! Any final words? Die! Who dares?
Stop at once, Mechon!
Emperor!
You're gonna pay for that! You bag of bones!
Melia!
It's time to fight Metalface again, but first it turns out Zanza already unleashed the Monado's true power, so now we can hurt faced Mechon.
That's quite big. Impressive.
I'd like to talk about the bosses right now. I've already talked about the incredible difficulty spikes you experience throughout the game, but I'd like to talk about the variety and design. There is a huge variety in the types of bosses in this game. Humanoids, giant beasts, giant robots, mechs, they're so cool. I love how the Mechon bosses look in this game. They all look just absolutely amazing. I'd also like to mention basically a formula you can apply to any boss, and this is known as topple locking. So you know how I talked about breaking and toppling? Well, if you just simply topple over and over again in a chain attack, like build up your party gauge in the chain attack, which you can do, you can basically infinitely topple a boss. And this also gets rid of all spikes that they have. So, yeah. After fighting Metalface, this bitch interrupts, and then this happens.
What? Look at him! The Monado was changed!
Good. Now you feel it. Swing the blade to your heart's content.
Wait. Is this what you truly desire, Zanza?
I see now. It is as I suspected. You exist outside the pre-established harmony.
Is that... Hans? No way. Fiora. Fiora. You're still alive.
Zanza, you have not changed at all. That is clear. But still, I cannot...
Do as you please.
Fiora! Wait!
My mission is complete. Returning to base.
You were lucky this time, Dunban. But next time, I'll slice you in two.
Fiora! It's me! Shulk! Fiora!
Saurian dies, and the gang starts their journey to Sword Valley. But first, I think it's time I talked about them. There exist two Monado Arts within this game that shan't be required to end this game's story. One of them requires 3-star affinity with Central Bionis. Now, this is incredibly hard, because Central Bionis consists of some pretty big areas, with so many quests. I am going to link a list of all Frontier Village and Satoral March quests, so you know how much affinity you gain. You gain a star when you get 2,000 affinity. As for Machina Forest, just do the Fixing the Bridge quest, and you should be fine there. Now, I'd also like to talk about the Nopon. Honestly, they're like the mascot of Xenoblade. They're cute, they speak funny, and I love them. Well, most of them. Also, they're bouncy and eat pollen. As for the quest, you have so much to do. Like, a lot. One time, when streaming this game, I started a level 2 affinity, and I was trying to get level 3 in one stream. But I was just so tired that I just wanted out. Oh, yeah. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Goodbye. Like, honestly. Screw Frontier Village. Goodbye, my home slices. Anyway, you have to do the questline Mystery of Machina Ruins to get the Monado art, and you can do that by first doing the quest Kind Lupa's Grampy Pond. The Monado art in question is Monado Eater. Monado Eater honestly isn't even worth getting. It gets rid of any buffs the enemy has and inflicts bleed, which I honestly rarely use, and the ends just don't justify the means here.
And finally, Crown Princess Melia's accession will take place 1 year from today. Until such time, as decreed by the Crown Princess, I shall assume imperial duties as regent.
If I may, Your Highness, I would like to propose a round-table discussion on strategy concerning the Mechon.
Do you suggest an offensive approach, while the capital still licks its wounds?
The Ministry of Research has the ideal solution.
Dunban's locked himself away ever since we came back. Is it because of the girl who was operating that Mechon?
Melia, how are you?
What do you mean? If you were talking about father, I'm fine. I have no choice but to look to the future.
You're stronger than me, Melia.
Do not mock me. More importantly, it is time you tell me who she is.
She didn't even recognize us. She's not the Fiora I remember.
Then I can't imagine how Dunban feels.
What did he mean?
Fiora is Dunban's sister.
I didn't know. Is this Fiora important to Shulk?
Important? She's more than important. She's the reason we're out here.
It's just... I've been thinking about Fiora. And I can't help wondering.
Wondering what?
You saw how Fiora acted. It was like she didn't even recognize us.
Yes. It's unsettling. But Shulk, don't get me wrong. I'm not sad. Even if she doesn't recognize me, I'm glad to know she's alive.
Dunban...
I need to tell you something. I always thought, if Fiora were to be with anyone, it should be you. Listen, Shulk.
Yes?
A lost life can never be returned, but she's alive. It doesn't matter that she's lost her memory.
Yeah. I guess you're right.
Fiora and I have spent our entire lives together. The memory of that can't have disappeared completely. It's up to us. We have to help her remember. Help me, Shulk. Help me get her back.
You know I will.
Forgive me, His Highness Callian summons you.
You think something's happened?
We won't know until we get there.
After setting eyes on a group consisting of Homs, Nopon, and High Entia alike, I realized an allied army must be formed. I ask that you act as ambassadors for the assembly of this force.
I need time before I make a decision.
Does Shulk not wish to aid us in our mission?
I do not believe that to be true.
Then why?
Shulk has other people to consider.
It's Fiora. That's why you're hesitating.
Yeah.
Knew it. You wouldn't think twice otherwise.
I just don't know.
Find her, Shulk.
Melia,
I used to believe my father did not love me. Until the day he died. If you do not grasp the importance of loved ones until after they are gone, that is simply too late.
You're right, Melia. I've made up my mind. I'm going to get Fiora back.
Leave the ambassador stuff to me, Shulk. I'll probably make a mess of it, but we're a team. You can count on me.
I'm afraid that is my duty, Reyn. I am of both High Entia and Hom's blood. I am the Crown Princess, and of mixed heritage. Thus, I am best suited to carry out this task.
That means we won't...
Yes. I will remain here. We must say goodbye. Is that what you really want? Yes. But promise me, when you find her, you'll come back. I'll be here waiting for you.
I don't know what to say. Thank you.
Listen, I'll keep an eye on Shulk for you. Whatever can you mean? Well, it's a risky strategy, letting Shulk go off and just hoping he'll come back to you. Shulk and I are merely... Yeah. But remember, the longer he's away, the more chance his feelings for you will fade. But once we find this Fiora, I will personally whisk him back here in a heartbeat. Don't give up. I appreciate it.
Just on your way out, I see.
It's not what...
I'm sorry, Your Highness. About your offer, we must humbly decline.
I see. Very well. Let us hope my sister does not shed too many tears.
I stay because I must, brother.
There's 2 Melias.
Reyn, wrong. This Melia smell different.
Yes. We need Melia to learn more of the lands of Bionis. But she is still bound to handle public matters. Hence, another Melia.
Callian.
Your Highness, Crown Princess. As your humble subject, I formally request the following.
Speak.
I request that you accompany Shulk in his quest to find the Mechon that attacked Alcamoth.
Are you sure?
Shulk, I am aware of everything. Go forth and follow your heart. There will come a day when we need you, but it is not today.
Your Highness, that means a lot to me.
That is one cool prince.
If only someone had his sensitivity.
Sensitivity? Well, I'm sensitive.
The jury's out on that one.
We have recently received a report that the silver-faced Mechon fled to Galahad Fortress, the Mechon stronghold at Sword Valley. It will be a treacherous path. My sister is in your hands.
Thank you, Callian. I will keep her safe.
Regent, I accept your request. I will return victorious with Shulk.
Leaving without me?
Do you want to come?
To reach Galahad Fortress, you will need to travel through Valak Mountain on the right arm of the Bionis. The snow-covered mountains are fraught with danger. Those unfamiliar to them risk never coming back.
Of course you would be familiar with that region.
See you soon, Callian.
Zanza is not dead. I feel it. Our tragedy unfolds once again.
Lady Meyneth. Does that mean...
Indeed. I do not doubt that Egil too is aware. However, why free the Monado? Zanza must realize it is now a double-edged sword. And what reason could he have for choosing the boy? What is this? I am experiencing feelings for the boy.
Lady Meyneth.
Vanea, your swift repairs are appreciated.
Thank you.
I wish to see that boy again. To meet with the one who wields the Monado.
The boy? But my lady, is that not...
Is Egil aware of my reawakening?
He is not. As my lady wished, he knows nothing.
Then, there is no need to worry. I shall meet the boy. Besides, the Monado will draw him to me.
Flying off without me, huh? I know you from somewhere. Of course, I remember you. You're Dunban's little sister.
The party now enters Valak Mountain.
A little further down is Sword Valley, right?
Yes. But before then, I must show you something.
Me?
You, Shulk. Do you not see? That tall formation that looks like a tower. Ruins, to be precise.
Riki see it? Bigger than Big Tree in Village.
We can rest there. I'll explain everything then.
We then head over there, and this happens.
The letters are worn and difficult to make out, but it's definitely the language of the High Entia.
They look just like the lettering on Prison Island.
If only we could. Just walk inside.
This place. Something up, Shulk. No, it's just... I feel like I know this place.
Deja vu.
I'm not sure, but... I thought I had it. I can't seem to recall...
Are you all right?
What? Must be tired. Don't worry.
This is Osse Tower. Built by the High Entia to house and protect the Monado. The ceremony of seers was conducted here. It is also where the Homs found the Monado.
So this is where the Monado was kept. My dad took it from here. Have you always been able to see the future? You told me you were from a long line of seers. Did you have the ability from birth?
Once, I too came into contact with the Monado. Those that are to be seers must touch the Monado, and a chosen few receive our power. That is the ceremony of my family.
And the ceremony was held right here.
Shulk, why do you think we can see the future?
I hadn't really thought about it. After I grabbed the Monado, I just saw things.
Your visions are the flow of ether itself. Ether is the very source of our world's existence. Where and how much ether there exists now and in the future can be predicted. Therefore, in principle, the future of living beings such as us can also be predicted. And there is one thing that makes possible the visualization of those predictions.
You mean... the Monado?
The Monado can disrupt the ether, allowing you to release certain powers, which means...
My visions, under the same principle, are there to disrupt the future.
With no one to control the outcome, the future will never change. But what if someone were to disrupt the future? What then?
The future would be changed. Is that how Zanza planned to defeat the Mechonis? But why go to such lengths? What happened all those years ago?
Did you think it was just a myth?
I used to only believe in what I could see. My home, my friends, the Monado itself. I knew those things were real.
But when you took the Monado in your hand, you gained the ability to see that which was not meant to be seen.
Are you saying I should stop?
You are a fluctuation. As a fluctuation, you exist outside the results of your predictions. The more you accept this existence, the more malleable the world becomes. In fact, you have no choice but to accept it.
Alvis is an enigma, yet I love him. Here's what we know about him. He can use the Monado, he's serving under the Antiquas, and he too can see the future. That's it, that's all you know about him. He's always helping Shulk for reasons that just nobody knows, and I absolutely adore him. The way he carries himself is so weird yet formal. He gets the rank of my second favorite character. Anywho, this tower is where the Homs found the Monado and also where Shulk's parents died.
Reyn not tell truth. Reyn snoring make Riki think of Orluka.
Yes, indeed. We make our way to the wrist of the Bionis and...
That Mechon.
It is you. Hey, that's Fiora!
Young heir to the Monado. We meet again.
Fiora!
Fiora? Is that my name? Then you know this body?
So it's true. You really don't remember us at all. Fiora, listen! If nothing else, you must remember your family. That's Dunban over there.
Family? There is family. Wielder of the Monado. There is a matter I must speak to you about.
Fiora! What was that? Metal Face. Stay alert!
You killed my father!
Get him! Get away from her!
Now, let's all calm down. If I slip, I might mess up her hair.
You...
You're disgusting!
Would you be so kind and hand over that dangerous toy you have? I could take it after I smash you all to a pulp. But we wouldn't want that, would we?
All right. You can have it. But only if you let her go.
There's a good boy. Always eager to please, Shulk.
But you're...
How's it going, Dunban?
Is that...
Munkar. I thought it might be, but you're to blame for all this.
I can't tell you how badly I wanted this sword.
Now we know Metalface's true identity as Munkar. Now, honestly, I would have preferred if his identity was just kept secret. You could hint at it, but I think it'd be cool if his motives weren't entirely known. Munkar is a villain because he hates Dunban. Metalface is a villain for unknown reasons, and that leaves it up to imagination, which always incites better audience reception. I personally would have really liked that. Okay, so now we are introduced to the second main antagonist.
You fought beside me! At Sword Valley! Why did you change sides? Why the Mechon?
You're as blind as you were then. I wanted you dead for years!
What's happening? Is the Bionis moving?
I wanted to get to Monado so I could be the new hero!
Is that it? That's the puerile reason you killed all those innocent people! Ravaged our home!
I love this body! The power! Dunban, you'll never win! Get on your knees and worship me!
Never. I will strike you down and all that you have become, you wretched fool. The Monado will stop you, And then you will know the shame of all that you have done, traitor!
Shut your mouth and come on!
That light! What the? It's not like the other Mechon.
You are right, heir to the Monado. This is the strongest Mechon ever built. Controlled by me, Egil, leader of Mechonis, an agent of Meyneth.
Leader of Mechonis? So you're the one who controls the Mechon?
I am he. We fight to free the world from the tyranny of the Bionis.
Why? Why do you trap bombs in machines? What do you want from us? Why make us fight for you?
Your questions do not concern me. I must return with this one.
Fiora! Get your hands off her! Fiora!
If you want her, come and get her. You are more than welcome on Mechonis.
Come and visit any time, Dunban!
Munka! We're coming! And we won't give up!
Find us, Monado, Sword of the Bionis. We will meet you on the battlefield.
Fiora! We will find you! Fiora!
I said, wait just a second.
Hades? Who's Hades?
We have now finished what I consider the first act of the game, and also the first half of the game. I want to give my overall thoughts about it. It's perfect. An amazing setup, an amazing twist, an amazing cast of characters, an amazing world. Seriously, I can't push enough how genius this is. Obviously, Melia, Alvis, and Mumkar are my favorite characters. Sharla and Juju are my least favorite. From the time Juju is introduced to when Dunban joins the party is honestly not fun, but anything else from this game is just so great. It's finally time to leave the Bionis and head into the world of Mechonis. As we head into Mechonis and initiate the second act and half of the game, we get a quick reminder of what everyone's fighting for.
We're about to enter the Mechon stronghold. If there's anyone who wants to turn back now...
Shulk, friend should no split up. No leave friend behind. Riki's scared, but Riki won't go too.
Riki.
He's right. Okay, let's go.
Yes.
And then we come across Dickson.
A supply convoy. It would be most unwise to proceed without restocking our supplies.
You arranged this for us. Hey, it's... Dickson!
Looks like you lot have been having fun without me. Heard you took care of that faced Mechon.
What are you doing here?
I got wind of some allied force coming together a few days back. I stepped up as the representative of the Homs. Then a little birdie told me you lot were heading for Galahad Fortress. So I thought I'd drop by and say hello.
After purchasing some anti-Mechon gear for everybody, seriously do that right now, Dickson and Alvis leave, and it's up to us to make it to Galahad Fortress. Real quickly, I just want to say that I love the music here, and also you can only visit this place like a very few times. It's very limited, this place. It will become unavailable after a while. So get everything you want to get done. Alright? Sword Valley, don't fuck around. There's also an abundance of surprise quests in this place, so... Once we arrive at the entrance of the fortress, look who we come across.
Waiting for you. Munka. How predictable. I knew you were going to come.
How could you? How could you do this to your own kind?
That ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm just having the time of my life here.
He's seriously so amazing.
You scumbag!
Well then, Monado boy. Think you can do it? Can you kill them all?
We then beat his ass. Shulk gives a compelling speech as Dunban is about to kill him.
I hate him, Dunban, for what he did to Fiora and the Emperor. So of course I want to get my revenge.
Shulk.
But Face Mechon are not like the others. They're people. Like us. Are you really willing to kill another Homs?
Yes. Sometimes needs must.
Even if it's Fiora? What then? When we set out, I wanted to destroy all Mechon. That was my aim. But now, I know that there are people inside. I have to know why. What's the reason for all of this? Why do Bionis and Mechonis have to keep on fighting? I have to find out why.
So, that is your fight.
Dunban.
I will never forgive what he's done.
And Mumkar does the deed for him and kills himself by accident.
No! No! Not like this!
Munka. You went too far, you fool.
Now let's head into the best dungeon of the game. Galahad Fortress is my favorite dungeon in the entire game. First off, it's when we are introduced to the bomb-ass fighting themes of Mechonis.
Oh my god! Oh! Oh my fucking god!
Also, it looks aesthetically pleasing, and it's the dungeon with the most story-packed content. As we make our way through this place, we eventually make our way to this room.
Shulk, is that?
Spear ones! Loads and loads of spear mechon!
It's Fiora.
We are forced to fight with a group of Mechon and face Nemesis, the name of the Mechon Fiora is piloting. Don't let this fool you, however. You only need to beat the Mechon around Fiora to progress. I learned that the hard way, unfortunately. After we give them a beating, this happens.
Fiora, please! Don't you remember us at all?
It's no use! Everyone, it's time to retreat!
Got it. You alright? Yeah, I think so. What do we do now, Shulk? We ain't gonna last long here.
Fiora! Try and remember! It's us!
I pity you. Without the power of that sword, I doubt you would ever have made it this far. Apocrypha, activate.
We meet face to mech with Egil, and he uses something called the Apocrypha to disable the power of the Monado. Now we must fight him and Fiora. The Apocrypha in combat just disables Monado Arts, so you can still deal adequate damage as Shulk in this fight. And thankfully you only need to deal with Fiora, so please just don't worry about Egil at all.
I cannot allow this. That boy is at risk.
Shulk, don't let him die. Help Shulk. Help them.
Who are you?
This is the end. Heir to the Monado.
Whoever you are, please lend me your strength. I won't let you do this!
Fiora!
How dare you defy me? Worthless machine!
Fiora!
Egil, no matter how much you yearn for revenge,
I will not permit you to have your way.
The Monado? But how?
No, stop!
please, survive.
Will you die for them? What is this?
Fiora!
Not good! Let's get out of here!
Shulk! Where are you? Shulk, get back here! Fiora!
power of that face. No, that is not possible. It cannot be.
Due to the events that have happened, Shulk has definitely changed. He's more tough and open-minded. You can see this with the way he interacts with all the new people he meets, as well as his enemies. Now that he knows Fiora is alive, he's calm with everybody, trying to get as much information out of everything as possible. Honestly, I love how you can actually see this progression through the first half of the game. Seriously, go back and watch all the cutscenes. You notice this slowly happen. He's also a risk taker, because he just fucking jumped off a fucking cliff.
It's been a long time since I last had this dream. I reached out for a piece of scrap metal. And then I fell into the ground.
We wake up in an unknown area, and we see nobody around until...
What's that? Fiora. She's still breathing. She needs water. Fiora, you're awake. Do you remember? My name is
I can't believe it. My first kiss.
You do remember me, Fiora.
Of course I do. Shulk.
Fiora is now permanently in the party. Cool. Her arts are very similar to what she had 40 hours ago, except they do more damage and also she's a tank? Huh? I just never took her as the tank type, considering she's nimble and quick in the beginning of the game. Her talent art changes based off of her shoes. I know it's a little weird, but it changes with her shoes. There's gun drones, sword drones, cannon drones, and shield drones, which level from 1 to 10. They do a bunch of damage essentially, so yeah. As for her character, she, just like Shulk, seems to be more tougher, and some of that may have to do with her half Mechon body. But hey, that's just a theory. And also, she doesn't need food anymore, only water. Oh, and she's also sharing her body with another person. That person was in control when she was...
Zanza? Respond, Zanza.
Who are you? Anyway, we stop at this little area when all of a sudden...
Shulk!
Fiora! What's wrong?
Sorry. My body feels a bit strange. I think I just need to rest. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We can take a break here. The Monado's light is fluctuating. That Mechon really messed it up. But still, I have to protect Fiora.
Shulk, can't you sleep?
Sorry. Did I wake you?
No, it's okay. I slept really well.
You should eat, even if you're not hungry. You need to get your strength back.
No, I'm fine. This body has its uses. I never need to eat. I never get hungry. I just run on water. Don't worry. I prefer my old body, but this one has some advantages. Shulk, you can leave me. It's okay. The Fiora you knew is dead. Just think of it like that. It's for the best.
But I can see it's not true. I mean, you're right here. I'll never forget how I felt when I thought I'd lost you back at the colony. I should have done something. I thought if only I had the power to save you.
Shulk.
No. No more regrets. I will protect you. Besides, there's someone else inside your head. We can't leave her there.
I guess not.
Mechon! No! Not now! The Monado. It worked, but I feel worse than before. Whatever he did to the Monado is... What's that sound? No! We're surrounded!
Now, I may have been keeping something from you regarding our favorite boy. Reyn over the course of the game has so far become insecure and depressed. He made a promise to Fiora before she fake died, to protect Shulk. However, it seems that ever since Tephra Cave, Shulk's been saving Reyn. It finally catches up to him here, where he's stuck with useless number 2.
Reyn, thanks.
Huh?
For protecting me back there.
Yeah. It got rough, but at least you got out safe.
What is it?
Look at me. I'm useless. Can't even keep a promise. I promised Fiora I'd look after Shulk. Stupid.
You promised to protect the guy who protects you. Am I missing something?
In the old days, Shulk was kind of frail. You know, like a little bunniv that gets bossed around by the other colony animals. It was me who used to be there, to save him. That's why I promised Fiora. But now look at me.
Reyn.
He's stronger now. And not just because he's got the Monado. I've done all I can to help him. He doesn't need me.
That's not the Reyn I know. Do you remember Colony 6?
Yeah?
The Mechon were always on the doorstep of our home, the colony. Thinking about it, I realized they were after the ether underneath it.
Yeah, I suppose so. If they could stockpile energy from there, they could get to any part of Bionis.
The Colony 6 Defense Force suffered its fair share of pain. And not just physical. Friends and family. Alive one day, gone the next. It all became so normal. You end up wondering how you can possibly make a difference when war is so futile. I'm not the only one who felt like that sometimes. But nobody ever gave up. And you know why?
Because you were strong?
We had no choice but to be strong. Everybody had someone to protect. The moment you looked away, you'd lose everyone you loved. So we had to keep looking straight ahead. We couldn't stop fighting.
Man, that's tough. Puts my problems into perspective. I suppose I should get back to being Reyn.
Don't go doubting yourself, even if things get tough.
You're right. There'll be plenty of time to stare at my feet when I'm old and crooked. Get it?
I get it. So now what?
We go looking for Shulk and Fiora. I might be like a third wheel, but I can still lug around the heavy stuff.
Finally! That's the Reyn I know.
I actually really like how the big, strong Brew character is not a character in this game. He actually has problems and he talks that shit out. Anywho, Reyn reunites with his childhood friends and kills all of Les Mechons. Then this happens.
Good to see ya. I knew you'd make it, Shulk.
Thanks to you.
Reyn! Reyn, it's you!
Fiora! She remembers us.
Yeah. She's been through a lot.
I can see. Wow.
What is it?
I can hear something.
What? I can't hear anything.
Maybe our sense of hearing isn't strong enough.
Low sounds. More than one. Watch out! Something's here!
Friends stop for Riki. Oh, Riki very hungry, and Riki sleepy. If Riki not rest now, Riki not keep going.
Well, we can't have that, can we? We'll rest here before going any further. Melia, do you need to rest?
I am fine.
Good. Break time.
What's this?
Here upon Riki have big fight with fish. Riki win. Grilled fish tastes yum yum. Ah, Dunban eat too.
I thought you said you couldn't move if you didn't rest.
Oh, Riki very tired. But Riki very hungry too.
How considerate of you.
Riki not understand Dunban.
Don't try to hide it. You realized Melia was lagging behind. She would never admit how tired she was. That's the real reason you ask.
I'm gonna be honest here. I just made this section to say that I like this scene. It shows that Riki is considerate, Dunban is observant, and Melia is selfless. I think it's really cool. Once everybody arrives at this village, we finally get a heartwarming reunion.
A village in a place like this?
Melia!
Shulk!
Guys!
You're all right!
Yeah! And we found Fiora.
Dunban!
Fiora? Do you remember me?
Mm-hmm. Sorry if I made you worry.
It's all right. I'm just so glad you're alive.
Oh, dear brother.
Shulk, is that your childhood friend?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
And what is this place, anyway?
These people helped us.
Huh?
This is their home.
Your surprise is understandable. We are the Machina. The people of Mechonis.
Machina? You mean machine people?
You look as if you have many questions. But please, take a look around our village first. We will talk after that. I will be waiting in front of the building we call Junks. It is a fact that the weapons you call the Mechon were created by our civilization. However, we were born from the Mechonis. By your understanding, it would be correct to say that we are the same as Mechon.
A form of mechanical life born of the Mechonis. Is that correct?
From our perspective, you are forms of organic life born of the Bionis.
Life born of the Mechonis? So there is life here, just like on Bionis?
Explain to us why you invaded our world. What did we ever do to you?
I understand your feelings, but please, there is much yet to tell you.
Dunban, please hear her out.
But...
These Machina, they're good people.
Fiora?
You do not look fully functional.
Ever since she was given this body, she hasn't been feeling too good. But we honestly don't know what to do.
Do you mean to tell me you are not Machina? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I will take her to my laboratory. The Chief will answer your questions. He is waiting for you in Junks.
Huh. He's massive.
I get a kick out of seeing people's faces every time.
We were told that you were waiting for us.
That's right. I've been waiting a long time. Waiting for you to accept my request. This Egil that you fought is one of our people. He's my son.
Your son?
Actually, my request is about him as well.
Ah.
I want you to kill Egil. There are hardly any of us Machina left on Mechonis. Back when the Bionis and the Mechonis were fighting, the Bionis almost completely wiped us out. Lady Meyneth fought the Bionis for us. In the end, the two titans wounded each other and entered a deep slumber.
Who was Lady Meyneth?
The creator of Mechonis. You could say that she is the Mechonis itself.
You talk like you saw all this. Ain't this all just an ancient myth?
I know I look young, but I'm actually quite old. I saw the whole thing with my own eyes.
You can't be serious.
The people of Mechonis must have a longer lifespan. Just like we High Entia live far longer than Homs.
I get that. But he can't have lived that long.
But why do you want your son dead? From what you've told us, I would have thought you'd want us to destroy the Bionis rather than kill your own son.
Egil was a brilliant young man. Clever, strong, and kind to the less able. But he never forgave the Bionis for what it did. And he swore to take revenge.
So he wants to do to us what the Bionis did to the Machina?
Correct. Egil is trying to eradicate all innocent life on Bionis. He has to be stopped.
Didn't you ever try to stop him?
We tried once. A lot of people were killed. He's blinded by revenge. Even Lady Meyneth herself couldn't convince him to stop.
Where is Egil now?
Most likely the Mechonis capital. He's trying to restore its former glory all by himself.
I feel sorry for him.
Oi! What are you talking about? Did you forget what he did to us?
I haven't forgotten, or forgiven. But Egil's clearly suffered a lot in his life. You don't feel any sympathy at all? We agree with you. Egil must be stopped. But we can't act now.
Oh? Why's that?
Before we came here, we heard of plans to form an allied force on Bionis. Any day now, they're going to launch an attack on Mechonis. But it's too dangerous. Egil has made a weapon that could kill us all.
The weapon that Mumkar was using? The one that shoots green fluid?
He said it can decompose any being from Bionis.
We have to go back and warn them, before it's too late.
Well, you could always ask me to do it.
Dickson! What are you doing here? I can't believe you found us.
Why? This place is directly below the fortress. If you fell from up there, I figured you must have ended up here. And Bob's your uncle.
You're looking well, Dickson.
Ah, I see you're looking like your usual old self.
You know each other?
Kinda.
I scratch his back. He scratches mine. He tells us about the outside world, and we give him technology and information.
Why did you keep that to yourself? That information is vital to all who fight Mechonis.
Not all of us Homs are good people. What would happen if the Mechonis-hating types found this place? These Machina cut themselves off from the world to get away from pointless fighting.
So they escaped to live in peace. Somewhere they wouldn't be seen. Makes sense.
Clever little crown princess, ain't ya?
Are you going?
Yes. Thank you for all your help.
You might run into someone called Vanea in the capital. Just mention my name, she'll lend a hand.
Vanea?
Is she a Machina as well?
She's my daughter. She won't be far from Egil.
Hold on. You mean she's Egil's sister?
You've got it, lad.
And you say she'll help us?
The girl doesn't want to hurt Egil, but she doesn't like what he's doing. She should be a big help to you young'uns.
I don't know why she'd help us, but we'll try and find her when we get there.
Shulk, take this.
What is it?
There's a path leading from the base of Digit 2 to the foot of the Mechonis. This is the security key to the door that seals the path. We who live in the village don't have any need for it, but it will be invaluable to you.
We're in your debt, Linada.
Shulk, Fiora, take care on your journey.
Before we go to the Mechonis itself, let's do some side quests, just for fun. Why not? Oh, what's this? What? 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 Monado Armour raises defense on all party members, and it's piss easy to get. These are the side quests you need to do. 4 of them. Just 4. Most of them are just hunting quests. Why is the more useful optional Monado art easier to get? I had to practically sell my soul and motivation for Monado Eater, yet the better of the two only took me less than an hour to get. Bullshit. Oh, and the Machina are pretty cool, I guess. They can live up to like 10,000 or some shit. They look cool, and also they sell great equipment here. You should seriously buy some. These guys remind me a lot of Zoras from The Legend of Zelda, weirdly enough. Both of them just seem so cool in advance. I'd really like them, they're pretty neat. Anyway, let's climb up here to get to the Mechonis leg. Oh, I think I took a wrong turn. This place does look pretty cool though. Oh hey, just one more Monado art to go, by the way.
Bionis and Mechonis.
Oh, it's so different, seeing them from this kind of perspective.
We cannot see it from here, but our people are still fighting up there.
It's difficult to believe that two such huge things ever fought each other. I wonder how the Machina felt at the time.
Must have been horrible.
Scary too.
Fear robs us of reason. Out of fear, we commit terrible atrocities, and call them acts of self-preservation.
Fear gives rise to more fear. A never-ending circle of hatred.
Perhaps that circle can be broken.
Fear. It must be what's driving this. What's made Egil act this way.
Oh.
It's now up to the party to make their way to the Mechonis' head where Egil lies, but first let's pass through the leg because, you know, it's on the way there. From here, we enter the Mechonis field. Honestly, not much story-heavy stuff happens here. We're literally just passing by so we can get to the head. This place still looks really cool though. And then we get near the end where this funky stuff happens. And then this cutscene plays.
Let's rest for a while.
Thanks, Reyn.
Doing a spot of maintenance?
Yeah. The sighting's been a bit off lately.
You know, Miko let us have some new parts. I could make you a new rifle if you want.
Thanks. But I want to keep using this one for now.
Shulk, get a clue, man. It's more than just a weapon to her. She can't just throw it away and get a new one.
Yeah. I suppose so.
If she let anything happen to it, I bet she'd get a whack from old Atharon.
Doesn't my man ever rest?
Not a chance. The lives of everyone in the colony rely on the defense force. Our readiness and our will to keep on fighting.
We never know when the Mechon will strike next.
No. But I won't let anyone else die.
Now we go near the chest of the Mechonis, and we come across this guy.
Time to park our...
Get down!
A Mechon assault! Can anyone see them?
Another vision. Nice one, Shulk.
No, it wasn't.
Shulk?
You did well to evade me. Just what you'd expect from he who wields the Monado.
Jade Face is easily my favorite boss in the game. He goes to the very end of this very long hallway that's like a quarter of a kilometer long, and soon after the fight starts, we get a vision. But how can we stop it when we can't even hit him? He's all the way over there. Oh, it was that easy, huh? Oh no, he's sending enemies over. And we can't go to them, we have to just wait for them to come to us, or else we'll get shot. I just think it's a really cool idea. I like how you have to basically chase him through the hallway. But anyways, once you actually get over to him, he won't one-shot you, and it's only a matter of giving him a beatdown, and after he gets a good spanking, we see who's behind the face.
Sharla!
Gado! It's you, isn't it? Please answer me! Let me see you! Gado! I knew you were alive!
Gado!
Is that Sharla's boyfriend?
The destruction of the Monado. That is the will of Lord Egil.
Gado?
What do you mean, Lord? What's Egil done to you?
What's wrong, Gado? Why would you say that? Speak to me, Gado!
This world is in disarray. I must eliminate the cause of this disorder and restore the world to its original form. The time to restore order.
Gado! Stop! Gado!
Sharla!
Shulk. Shulk.
Who's calling my name.
You have acquired the ability to glimpse the future. The ability to understand the law of causality as decided by a higher power.
A higher power? Like the Bionis?
Why do you desire to change the future? Why do you wish to act against their will?
I do just as anyone would do. It is natural to want to change an unhappy future. If that is their will, then I choose to fight.
If that is what you wish, Shulk, then you must find your Monado.
My Monado. Is everyone okay?
Yeah.
That was a close one. I mean, how on Bionis did we survive that? We seem all right.
I don't know. It could be that we were just lucky, but I'm sure there must be more to it than that.
You were protected by the power of Lady Meyneth.
Who's there?
A Machina.
Are you... Vanea?
Vanea is certainly a character. Honestly, I just don't really connect with her, which sucks because the game treats her more importantly than Leonada, who I think is a better character. By the way, Leonada's the doctor person who introduces us to the village and looks after Fiora. She's the sister of Egil and has been aiding him in his war crimes, but also is a double agent on the side of Mikol and the others. She's the one who put the mystery woman, who we learn is named Lady Meyneth, inside of Fiora's body.
Of course. Initially, the Monado couldn't take a Hom's life.
It can now, though.
It could not harm those who share the blood of Zanza. That was its sole weakness. But Zanza lifted that constraint.
Those who share the blood of Zanza? Who is that giant?
The progenitor of the Homs.
Him?
And once the friend of my brother Egil, before they became sworn enemies.
She also explains that to get to the capital of the Mechonis, we have to head to the central factory of the Mechonis, located in the chest. It's where all the Mechon are created. So, let's take this elevator there. Central Factory is my second favorite area, or sometimes if it's one of those days, it's my favorite. It looks so cool. Imagine living there. Minus all the killer robots. Also, the music here is absolutely astounding. Unfortunately, story-wise, there's not much to do here. It's mostly the story and surprise quest. By the way, any side quest you want to get done on Mechonis should be done before you eventually fight Egil, because after that, you're fucked. Still, this place is amazing, and it's a shame that all you do here is just pass it on your way to the Mechonis' head. Speaking of, let's go there.
Advance, Nopon heroes! Deadbeat drones, come out and face us like real machines! I'll sort out the lot of you, scum!
As the party takes this transport up, we finally arrive at the capital of the Mechonis, Agniritha. We make our way through this beautiful place and to this tower, where we get this lore dump.
Fiora, what's the matter?
Everyone, follow me. These are memories of a time long forgotten.
Fiora?
Hey.
They were left behind by the Machina before they abandoned this place, so that others may know their story.
Her voice sounds like...
In ancient times, when the Bionis and the Mechonis came into existence, I was born as well. Just as the Bionis had a soul, I came to exist in this world as the soul of the Mechonis. The Machina gave rise to an advanced civilization and built this great city.
This city?
Can't believe it used to be so lively.
They lived their lives in peace and harmony. The Machina generously shared the fruits of their civilization with the peoples of the Bionis. They believed their two worlds would grow hand in hand. Then, a terrible fate descended on them from above.
Is that the Monado? But why? Why would the Bionis...
Wielding the Sword of Light, the Bionis attempted to destroy the Machina.
Are those Telethia?
I tried to save the Machina and confronted the Bionis. And so, I confronted Zanza.
Zanza? This is when Zanza was imprisoned.
Taking advantage of my final blow to the Bionis, its beings took Zanza and sealed him firmly away. However, the battle with Zanza had greatly consumed my life force. I warned the surviving Machina that the Bionis had not yet been destroyed, and that one day he would be released.
I'm the one who released him.
I then entered a long and deep slumber, in preparation for Zanza's inevitable reawakening.
It's all clear to me what you wanted to do. Stop the battle between the Bionis and the Mechonis.
Fiora, I see now. It was her inside you.
Yes. Lady Meyneth desired a body in which she could be free. And after you were captured by Egil's Mechon, it was I who transferred her soul into your body.
But why did it have to be my body?
Because you are close to Shulk, the heir to the Monado.
We are then told that Vanea is going to go ahead of us to try and reason with Egil.
Change the world. My final message. Goodbye.
and I guess on the way she must have tripped and comically caused a fucking power outage because we have to activate the transporter she just used by activating these 4 doohickeys across the map. Anyway, now that we've activated them, why don't we head over there?
Look out!
It's him! Gado!
So, remember when I said Jade Face was my favorite boss? Well, Gado is close to my least favorite. If you don't have Monado Armour like I did my first playthrough, you're fucked, plain and simple. I only won my first time by leveling up so much that I just steamrolled him. He is the second biggest difficulty spike in this game. However, I was stuck on him for a lot longer, and he doesn't shut the fuck up. So that's why he's my least favorite boss, or close to it. He also summons little poo-poo heads to help him, and they force you to target them. He has a move that will more than likely kill everyone except Reyn, and he's overall just a massive cunt. So let's just kill him.
Forgive me, Sharla.
It's okay. It's all right now. I'm just so happy to have you back.
While I was under his control, I realized something. Egil once wished only to break the circle of suffering. He believed that if blood is spilt now, a new world will be born. But something terrible happened. And now he's consumed with vengeance.
Drink it. You must be thirsty.
Thanks.
Don't go dying on us. After we take Egil down, we'll get you looked at.
You don't look like any doctor I've ever seen.
I know a good doctor nearby. She is Machina, though.
It'll do. I'll be right here. Hey, kid. What's your name?
Reyn.
Do me a favor, Reyn. Take care of Sharla.
Or that. Whatever.
Seer, what is it?
I have an unpleasant feeling.
A vision?
No, but something is not right. The Mechon are neither attacking nor defending. It is as if they abandoned the fight as soon as it began.
Impossible. This is a key strategic position. They would never abandon it. Perhaps they have forces hidden on Mechonis.
Hidden forces? Could it be? Your Highness, Shulk and the others are in danger. Will you grant me the use of a Havres?
You intend to aid them? I need you here.
I did not have a vision, but nevertheless, I can sense something. The Mechonis is awakening.
By the way, now the party is going to go fight Egil, but I am here to, tell you to, get everything you want to get done. There are a lot of quests and or items that you won't be able to get once you go fight Egil. Speaking of...
Vanea, where have you been?
Egil, why do you go so far to destroy the Bionis? We survived that battle. We should have created a new world in which we could live in peace. And we still can.
The rage of those who were annihilated by the Monado will never dissipate.
Think not about avenging the dead. Think of the living. Please, Egil. I don't want to lose you. Are you so resigned to giving your life for this?
Life or death, I care for neither of these. The agonized cries of our brethren resound within my ears. Until they are silenced, I am deaf to all else.
Egil.
So, you have finally arrived, heir to the Monado.
Egil is, pretty good. I'm gonna do some vague spoiling of late game events, but there are 3 main antagonists in this game. Mumkar is the first and the best, Egil is second and okay, and then there's and he's pretty. Both Egil and are casted in shadow, while Mumkar rightfully takes the spotlight. Did Egil or make it into Smash? Just an appearance, not a fighter. I don't think so. Although, I do like Egil's motives more than Mumkar's. He's only killing all of these people on the Bionis for starvation tactics. As living beings are born or die, they give energy to the Bionis, which is who Egil is truly after. He has nothing against the Homs or any creature of Bionis, except the Lorithea. But more on that later. He just wishes to kill the Bionis because he witnessed a massacre of his people by the Bionis. I also like this fight with him because he summons enemies, yet they're very weak, so it still seems fair. And also, he's not in his suit, so it's just him you're fighting. Anywho, after kicking his ass some, he does this.
How could this happen, even with the Apocrypha?
You know, Egil. You know the reason.
The power of the will to protect your own. Is that what you refer to? And what of you, Vanea? You would side with those of Bionis and attack me. You have forfeited your right to exist.
Perhaps. If that is to be my fate, I gladly accept, brother. As would any of the villagers.
So the few remaining members of my people have now betrayed me. Interesting.
You're wrong! The villagers and I, we just wanted all this fighting to stop. Egil, all we wanted was to live with you in peace. Nothing more than that.
Nonsense. There will never be peace until the Bionis is destroyed.
Brother!
Your blade. It did not cut deep enough.
The Golden Mechon.
Permit me to apologize for calling you bugs just now. You proved to be a worthy adversary after all. Shulk. Prepare to die. Shulk. No. Zanza.
Zanza.
I won't let you kill Shulk.
You. That light. So you have returned. Our grievances have come and gone. But you are willing to lay down your life to prevent me from achieving my dream. You were the one who said we would live together, Lady Meyneth.
Yes. Meyneth, the villagers, everyone loved you. That is why they wished to live alongside you. It's all so clear now. To Meyneth and to me.
I waited until the day when you would awaken once more and create a world full of light. But you are nothing more than a traitor. Mechonis, it is I, Egil, I, your devoted servant, offer my body and mind to replace Meyneth as your new soul. Take my spirit and be reawakened. Mechonis!
We have to run! Get out of here! The whole city's gonna come down! Shulk! Run where? We have to get out of the city! Get as far away as we can!
Gado! Where are you? Gado!
Sharla, what are you doing?
He's gone. He's not here anymore.
There's no time. We have to get ourselves out.
No! I have to find him! Gado!
Pull yourself together. Remember, Sharla, we've got a job to do. What's gonna happen if the Mechonis starts moving?
But...
What's gonna happen to Juju and Atharon? Gado's a Homs soldier. He wouldn't have hung around here to die. He would have got out.
Shulk!
Gado!
I'm glad I'm on time. Here, it's you.
Gado!
I've fulfilled my promise. Live, Sharla.
So now we have to chase him into the Mechonis Core. How? By pulling an Anakin Skywalker.
Oh! Oh my god! Oh! Oh my fucking god!
Alright, that was pretty cool. Now time to... Oh. Uh-oh. Well, he seems to be okay now. Okay, I'm just walking through this vent. I wonder what happens if I look down. This game is fucking amazing. Now we get this cutscene that shits on Melia as the game shits Shulk and Fiora.
Shulk. You can...
And then we get to fight the easiest boss in the game. Seriously, he's like one of the only bosses I haven't died to, like, ever. And then we get the last Monado art.
Whoa.
Now it's finally time to talk about the Monado arts. I'm real quickly going to describe what they all do so that we can actually talk about them after I talk about how you get them and what they do. From the start, you get Buster and Enchant. Buster is a high damage hit, its AoE is a straight line, and it does increased damage to Mechon. Enchant gives everyone in the party the ability to hurt Mechon temporarily, so it becomes obsolete once you get anti-Mechon gear, I guess. Once you fight against the Arachno Queen in Tephra Cave, you unlock Shield, which causes an enemy's talent art to be reduced to 1 damage, as long as its level matches the rank of the art. Once you catch up with Juju and Sharla after trying to save Juju from that one Mechon, you unlock speed, which increases evasion significantly, like the enemy is guaranteed to miss sort of evasion. However, you can only use speed on one party member. When you first meet Alvis, you unlock a Monado Purge, which inflicts Aura Seal on an enemy, and it also does a little bit of damage. I already discussed Eater, which inflicts bleed on an enemy and removes all the buffs it has. I also described Armour, which simply just increases your party's defense temporarily. And then there's Monado Cyclone, which we just unlocked. Cyclone will damage all enemies within a huge radius, and it will inflict topple on enemies with break inflicted. This makes Shulk one of the only party members that can do the entire break topple daze cycle. Fiora can inflict break in daze and topple, but she doesn't need break to be inflicted in order to cause topple. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Dunban can also inflict all three, but his condition to inflict daze doesn't require toppling as well. I really like the whole Monado mechanic because honestly, it's an extension of the vision system. You see a vision and use a Monado art via playing as or warning Shulk to counter. I just really like it. The game was originally going to be named Monado, Beginning of the World, which if you've played through this game before, you'd understand why that name fits. I'd have to say my favorite Monado art is Armour, simply because it's just so goddamn useful. See a vision you don't know how to get around? Use Armour. Your entire party is on low health? Use Armour. You're about to fight one of the Superbosses that I'll talk about in 14 categories? Use fucking Armour. I think a huge reason of why I like this game so much more than any other game is just the Monado Arts and the vision system. Okay, I'm just gonna say it now. This is where the Mechonis arc ends and also the second act. So, we're now at the end of Act 2. So, what do I think of Mechonis? It's pretty fucking good. Sure, it may not have as many locations to visit and you can't be there forever, but oh my god. Oh my god! These places just look so amazing. The music is amazing. Just wow. Story-wise, there ain't much, but it's honest work, and I absolutely love it. Dare I say, it might be better than the Bionis. It's finally time to go confront Egil.
So, you worms have finally arrived.
Egil! Stop the Mechonis! There has to be a way for us to live in peace! There's no reason for us to fight! You must stop this now!
My reasons are clear, and truer than yours.
What's that?
Look, it's Bionis.
May the roar of the Mechonis be the wrath of my people. I will end our curse by destroying the world.
You must realize that is not Lady Meyneth's wish. That's why she left us her legacy, our whole world.
Pure nonsense. That thing lurking within the Homs girl is no longer our god. This world no longer has a need for gods.
I really am just, not a fan of this fight. This fight consists of fighting the enemies he summons, but this time they're just as strong as he is, so it is actually quite difficult. And then you get this vision. If you have Monado Shield up to level 10, then this is kinda awkward. But because we get a story quest in the middle of the fight, which honestly, that's how I describe this fight, a story quest, it's pretty cool, I guess? Whatever, let's just fight him.
Incredible. Whoa.
Shulk! Don't do it!
happen. Do it. Kill him. Kill him.
That voice. Who is that?
Strike him down.
I will. I'll kill him. 1,000 times.
Yes, finish him. End it. It is what you want.
Yes, I want to. I'll kill him. For Fiora. For the Emperor. For my home!
You must find your Monado. Are you ready?
Are you feeling hungry, eh? Chew on this, scrap for brain.
Kill a Homs to beat us.
Egil
once wished only to break the circle of suffering.
Until I've scrapped each and every one of you!
Meyneth, the villagers, everyone loved you. Every person.
Yes,
That is why they
finish
wish to
him.
live alongside
End
you.
it.
It
It is
so
what you
clear.
want.
To Meyneth, and to me.
No! This isn't what I want!
Shulk! No! Brother!
Why didn't you do it? Killing me would have saved your world.
I've forgotten all about that.
Forgotten about it?
I realized that we both share the same pain. Egil, I don't have any reason to kill you.
Even if you do not, I still do.
I know. But I won't do it.
If you do not kill me now, my blade will annihilate every last one of your people. Even then...
I can't kill you, but I can stop your blade. And I'll do it. Over and over again until... we understand each other. Okay?
You have used the Monado well. But do you honestly believe you are its master? Mechonis and Bionis once lived in harmony. They coexisted in peace, without hatred or strife.
Egil, I wish to see that the people of Bionis and the people of Mechonis live in peace and harmony and take care of one another. I wish this for the future of our descendants.
Yes, I too desire this, Arglas. Everybody shared the belief that the prosperity of our two worlds would continue for all eternity. It would have done, were it not for the Monado. The Monado refused to permit the existence of the Mechonis. Or rather, the existence of anything but itself. And one day, it took control of my friend, Arglas, and he became Zanza. It was Arglas, possessed by Zanza, who directed his sword at Mechonis.
I don't understand. Does being controlled by the Monado mean you will eventually become Zanza?
The Monado is Zanza. Zanza is the Monado. The two are one and the same. In order to perpetuate the existence of his soul, Zanza inhabits beings of Bionis. But you appear to be different.
What do you mean?
I can see it. How well you retained a sense of self. Perhaps you can break the curse of Zanza. And was that not precisely our wish? Lady Meyneth?
I don't know much about any curse. For now, all I can do is this, Egil. We can live in peace again.
Again? I see. Yes, you're right.
No!
Dickson?
You shouldn't have done that, little brat.
Dickson is like your cool uncle who knows everything. He's a father figure to Shulk and has taught him everything, which is why Shulk knows as much as he does about weapons. He's really cool, and I love how he's just made fun of due to his age.
No!
Dickson?
You shouldn't have done that, little brat.
This is definitely in my top 10 anime betrayal list. I honestly widened my eyes and gasped when I first saw this cutscene. It surprised me! And now I want to talk about a completely different series real quickly. I want to talk about Attack on Titan, specifically Season 2, Episode 6, which is also the end of the manga's 10th volume, so if you want to avoid spoilers for up to that point in Attack on Titan, skip here. Bertolt and Reiner revealed that they're the Colossal and Armored Titan. Now, this episode has probably got to be one of my favorites in all of TV history, considering there's just no fighting or violence, really, well, except for a little bit towards the end. It's mostly just talking and recovery from a challenging battle that took place last episode. Reiner also reveals in this episode who he and Bertolt really are. Now, normally I would be shocked, but the foreshadowing is a little blunt about it. If the Armored and Colossal Titan are mentioned in a room with these two, it's going to pan over to them. And I mean, come on. A man with the stature of a quarterback with similar hair and a 6-foot-tall Voldemort-looking motherfucker standing right next to each other. However, there is a lot of foreshadowing, and it's really cool, so I would link a video in the description that explains it. Now, back to Xenoblade. There's been so much foreshadowing towards this, and it's being super subtle. There's an entire video about the foreshadowing of this game that I'll recommend to you, however, it does spoil the rest of the game, so there's your warning, but it is pretty good, so check it out if you want to. I wanted to bring this up because I just hate when foreshadowing isn't done good. I still love Attack on Titan, and the reveal of Bertolt and Reiner is really well done, but not for the foreshadowing reasons. It was just done wrong there. And Xenoblade does it really well. Anyway, I think it's time for our third villain to say hello.
Dickson! Why? Oi, old man! Are you completely out of your mind?
Don't you kids ever shut up. I'm just doing my job, as always.
It's you.
Yes. Now you remember. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Egil? Too long. Huh?
Zanza's disciple. Zanza's disciple? Egil, what do you mean?
Dickson, what are you?
I don't have to explain anything. As they say, seeing is believing. Now, witness it with your own eyes. The moment of Lord Zanza's return.
Shulk! Get away from him! No! Ah!
Zanza! I won't let you do this!
Brother!
Shulk! Wait, who's this guy? Zanza!
Do not be surprised. Everything in this world is dictated by the passage of fate. As all that exists is interconnected, time can flow only towards the inevitable. That which will be, will be. This was all predestined. Ever since I came to reside within Shulk.
Zanza grew tired from our battle. And then the High Entia ancestors trapped him. His flesh was sealed away on Prison Island. His soul, and hence the Monado, was confined to Osse Tower.
In those ruins? But what does this have to do with Shulk?
Did you forget? Who discovered those ruins? Who happened to be there? Who was the survivor we found? And who brought back that survivor?
What are you saying? You planned all this when you found Shulk?
Jackpot. It was all for this day. In fact, there was never anyone called Shulk to begin with.
What?
My soul existed inside the Monado. It was fated that I be released. It was shown to me in a vision. At last the time finally came, and then...
The people who found the Monado and freed it awoke Zanza. He sucked the lives from them, so he could live. Shulk was among them.
Shulk was already dead! That's impossible! We grew up together!
You grew up with an empty shell. He appeared to live because I became his life force. That is until he had matured as my new vessel and become worthy of wielding the Monado, allowing me to truly awaken and finally return.
Lord Zanza is the soul of the Bionis, but he still needs a living body. Just like Meyneth over there. Ha! Call that corpse a friend? Don't make me laugh.
But why use Shulk? What was it that made you select Shulk as your vessel?
There was no particular reason. Shulk merely happened to be there at the time.
There you have it. Anybody would have done. As long as they could swing a sword around, at least.
So then, Shulk's ability to use the Monado...
And those visions that he used to save us.
All because of Lord Zanza.
All life that is born from me must be returned to me eventually to complete the cycle. For me to continue my existence as before, then all must be restored to its former order.
In other words, the destruction and recreation of the world. Nothing more to it.
The Bionis!
So you have finally unleashed your Monado. And there was me thinking you would die with dignity.
I finally understand. The futures of our children belong to them alone. Though we are their creators, their lives are theirs to control. Even if the passage of fate is as you have decided, I will teach you the strength of their will to resist.
Face me like a god! If not, then say goodbye to your putrid friends! Such a fool.
This is what I wish. This world belongs to you all. Create a world with no need for gods.
This is the passage of fate.
Zanza, disappear!
Let it begin. The ceremony of destruction and recreation.
Vanea, I'm sorry. I
understand. I always knew it might come to this.
Go, Vanea. Do what you must, while there is still time remaining. All hope is not lost. Now go. Shulk can still be saved.
Let's go. We're leaving the Mechonis. Reyn, take care of Shulk.
Got it. Die!
Shulk. For both our worlds, you must succeed. Lady Meyneth.
The Mechonis! Egil!
What's that cloud?
It's Telethia!
You're not getting away!
Dickson!
Listen, it's over. Time for you all to return to the Bionis. Nice and quietly.
That's enough! Why, Dickson? What made you like this? Shulk looked up to you, respected you!
Dickson! Don't let Zanza control you! Wake up!
You can quit your belly aching. I'm in total control. I've always been like this. Ever since long before any of you lot were born.
Before we were born?
Now you get it. It's just like Egil said. I'm Lord Zanza's disciple. Dickson of the Trinity! Tasted good, didn't they? The victory drinks we used to share.
I'll kill you!
What? Who was that? Show yourself!
Melia, are you all right?
Brother!
Callian! Dickson! He works for the Bionis! He shot Shulk in the back! Is this true? Dickson? This ends here. Your Telethia are no match for our Havres squadron. You cannot win!
Maybe you should be concentrating on your own people, instead of barking at me. Looks like you've forgotten your destiny. Right, Lorithea?
Lorithea! Are you involved in this as well?
Your Highness, your naivety is quite charming, but it is also your undoing. I had much fun playing with you and your father.
What? What is this light?
Ether particles emitted so that the Bionis can be destroyed and reborn. What do you get if you cross high concentrations of ether with High Entia?
No, you wouldn't! Lorithea!
Awaken, my darling pets!
They are...
Telethia!
Brother!
Melia!
Lorithea! Let him go!
You misunderstand, child. This is the reason why High Entia are born. Do not blame poor old me.
Explain yourself!
It's just like she says. The High Entia are a race created by Lord Zanza to eliminate any annoying life forms in the preparation for the rebirth of the Bionis. Their bodies contain a gene that, when the time comes, transforms them into Telethia.
It can't be. Say it isn't so.
Melia, it is true. That is why you are our only hope.
Brother?
Whatever. We won't be needing a half-breed like you anyway. I mean, if you don't turn into a Telethia, it just means you're gonna get crushed by one. That's the only thing you're good for. Rise up, pets. Do my bidding. Kill your lovely sister.
Melia! So sorry. I always placed such a heavy burden on you.
Don't say such things, brother!
But at least I can still shoulder the destiny of our people. The burden meant for you.
Brings a tear to my eye.
These moments are to be treasured.
How?
Brother!
Melia! Father's wish and the future of the High Entia are in your hands. Yours and Shulk's.
Telethia! Destroy him! Dickson!
I got it.
Too late!
Damn him!
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Poor Melia. She's been through her friends dying, her father dying, her crush being in love with a whore, and now she has to deal with most of her species being turned into the monster that killed her friends. I just feel so bad for her, and I get that her character arc is about overcoming grief, but still. She deserves Shulk way more than Fiora. I'm so sorry, my little princess. Now that we've heard all but 5 or 6 tracks, I finally would like to talk about this game's bomb-ass soundtrack. This game had a lot of people working on it, making songs of many varying genres. The songs in this game are just so memorable. The first time I heard a song like Satoral Marsh's Night theme or the Mechonis Field theme, I memorized it beat by beat, note by note, because they're just so good. And let's not forget those beautiful battle themes.
Where am I? Oh. So I'm... What was I doing? What was the purpose of my life? I've got it wrong. I was never alive. It was Zanza. All along. Everything I did was...
Do you want to say pointless?
That voice.
Nobody else can decide that. Only you.
Shulk. Here. Nicole made you a wonderful new weapon. Since you lost your Monado, I mean. It uses the latest Machina technology. Use it when you wake up. Then, let's all go on living.
Princess, I have to know. Should we be worried about the evacuated High Entia?
I cannot be sure, but I believe not. All those who survived are part Homs like me.
Understood.
If they ever do transform, I will be among them. If that time comes, you know what to do.
Are you sure?
Everyone is obliged to accept their fate.
No way! There's no way Callian would leave the fate of the High Entia to you if that was gonna happen.
I will fight to free the souls stolen by Zanza.
He won't wake up. It's like his consciousness has sunk to the bottom of a cold, dark lake. I keep saying his name, but he doesn't respond.
Zanza's gonna pay for this.
What if the Telethia attack?
Then we'll have to fight without Shulk. That's why we've strengthened our defenses.
Can your resistance truly achieve anything?
What do you mean by that, Alvis?
Exactly what I said. We were all born of the Bionis, of Zanza. It is Zanza's will that the Telethia return us to the body from whence we came. Whether we die of old age or in battle, we all eventually return to the Bionis. we cannot escape this fate. Am I wrong?
You've got it backwards, man. Just because he thinks it doesn't make it so. We decide whether to keep living or not.
I agree. Even though he's our creator, that doesn't afford him the right to take our lives on a whim.
But that is the thinking of a Holmes. He is a god. Such morals cannot apply to gods.
So you think we should just shut up and die?
If that is the fate decided by a god.
Fiora?
Sorry. I need to go and get some air.
Fiora, are you all right?
Guess I wasn't hiding it well. I didn't want to worry anyone.
It must be difficult living with that body.
I'm getting more and more used to it. But people still look at me funny. Oh, it's not that bad. It feels pretty comfortable, actually. I don't need to worry about food or anything like that.
I see.
This body, the energy from the chest component made it work. It turned out to be a Monado. Such a strange feeling.
A Monado? Was that the Monado that Zanza took from Meyneth? Will your body cease to function?
I'll be fine for now. There's still some stored energy left.
But then what?
Melia, if I ever... Please take care of Shulk.
Don't talk like that. How can you ask me such a thing?
I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize.
You're right. Thank you, Melia. Actually, I'm already dead. I have been since the Mechon attacked.
Fiora.
But I'm happy now. This body has given me the chance to live.
A siren! Fiora, let's hurry back.
Okay.
Telethia! A horde of them are approaching!
Lots of Dino Beast!
Look, it's him!
So he survived.
Dickson!
That's right. Glad to see me.
Shut up!
Looks like that High Entia's big bro died for nothing. Oh, don't be like that. You'll meet him soon enough. You might even be reborn if you return to Lord Zanza. Who knows? He might be your boyfriend next life.
You will not mock the memory of my brother!
You lot don't know when you're beaten. Why don't you just give up?
It's my decision.
In order to perpetuate their existence, Zanza and Meyneth must use a being they created as a physical host. They cannot exist forever as mere souls. This world was created so that they may continue to exist. It is for this reason that its existence and future is in their hands. This is the passage of fate, and your visions. People live and die at the mercy of Zanza, and through this, Zanza maintains the existence of this world.
Our destruction was always inevitable. Everything we did was meaningless.
Are you certain? It was his will to revive you and use you as a host. Taking the Monado from Meyneth, doing with the world as he wishes. Everything was as he decided. But why is it that Zanza now wishes to destroy you? What is the need for this?
That's because...
He in fact has no choice but to do it. If he does not, he risks his entire existence.
And we're the source of that risk. But why?
It is a marvel to exist outside the passage of fate. The lives created by Zanza and Meyneth inevitably attempt to escape the passage of fate. This signifies the beginning of their destruction. Meyneth accepted this and entrusted the future of this world to you. Many times, your visions have allowed you to change the passage of fate. You saved the lives of those destined to die.
I couldn't save everyone.
Nothing that exists is perfect. It is a sad truth, but you can learn from it and begin the journey on a new path. Not Zanza's path, but one that you forge yourselves.
Our own path.
So, decide, Shulk. Will you walk the path laid out by Zanza, or will you walk a new path? You must defy fate to succeed. Succeed, and follow a new path.
Alvis. Are you...
You already know. You know what I am. And what you must do.
Your destiny is to die here.
What? Shulk!
Thank goodness you're here!
Damn kid! So you're still alive! Attack! Destroy them! Ah! What?
That was awesome!
Sorry for worrying you all.
Shulk. Welcome back.
Fiora.
Little brat. What's he gone and done now? Time for me to get my hands dirty.
Shulk, look out!
Huh?
Oi, kid. It's about time for your final lesson.
Dickson!
Show me what you've got. That brat. How could he read my movements? What the hell's going on?
I could see it. The future. I don't have the Monado, but it came to me, Reyn.
Oi! Stop hiding and get yourself out here. I don't appreciate being left to do all the hard work. Alvis?
What? It can't be. Alvis! Not you too!
Yeah, another one of Lord Zanza's faithful. One of the Trinity.
No! How can he be one of them? Alvis! Is this the only reason you served under my family? You traitor!
Oi! Say something! Shulk!
Leave it. It doesn't matter what he is. That doesn't change anything at all. Does it? Alvis?
Yes, precisely. You must find your own path to the future. I have seen your will to fight. It is time to decide. What do you say? Does this world belong to you, or to Zanza? Well...
Either way's good with me. But I wonder what Zanza would say about it.
Get back here!
You understand, don't you, Shulk?
Yeah. You can bet on it.
We'll be waiting.
We'll be on our best behavior.
And we will be the best guests you ever had.
Ah, that's quite a good comeback. I'm impressed. I'm trembling. Me. Stupid, meddling kid. After all these years, I never thought the day would come when I would feel fear.
I'm just gonna say this real quickly. I meant to do this quest line, but I forgot to record it. I'm very terribly sorry, so I'm going to be using this guy's footage of this quest. Yeah.
Who's this? Ain't she the one who attacked us in the capital?
You! Tyrea! What are you doing here? You're hurt.
Do not touch me, vile girl!
Watch it!
Oh.
Is she okay?
Her injuries aren't severe. When the Bionis awoke, the ether flow around the colony became unstable. Maybe that's why she lost consciousness.
No, that's not what I meant.
You mean, why didn't she become a Telethia?
Precisely.
For pure-blooded High Entia to become Telethia, the ether energy surrounding the Bionis has to be above a certain level. Luckily, the level of ether energy here is not as high as on the upper regions of Bionis. That may be what kept her safe. Or perhaps...
Perhaps what?
No. It's nothing.
Something about this makes me feel uneasy.
I know what you mean. We'll have to keep an eye on her recovery.
Why does she hate you so much, Melia? You're both High Entia. Is being pure-blooded really that important?
Tyrea's birth mother is most likely my stepmother. You don't mean... Umea? Yes. I heard about it from Callian after I returned from the tomb. Mother was the leader of the Inquisitors, a secretive organization operating in the shadows of the Imperial household.
Hold on a sec. Are you saying that Tyrea is Callian's half-sister?
That's right. Then isn't she in the same position as you? Mm-hmm.
That is correct.
Tyrea! You're awake!
I had more right to the throne than she ever did. Were it not for the consort system that has so polluted the pride of our people, it would have been me, a pure-blooded High Entia, who would build the future of our people. But you... You are a hypocrite. Just like me. If we are honest, what is the difference? You too would take the lives of your own people to protect your bloodline. Melia, you too are nothing but an assassin.
You're wrong. I
don't buy that for a second.
Reyn!
Pride of your people? How about you're jealous of Melia?
Do you really think I would be jealous of her?
Ain't ya? You're envious of her, right? Of how she lives her life. You just want everyone to feel sorry for you, for being in the shadows all your life.
How dare you? No Hom speaks to me like that.
I'm saying that you'll never have a life like Melia's. You don't have the faintest idea why Melia's been fighting. Even if you'd been born in her place, the Emperor still would have chosen her as his successor. Succeeding the Imperial line ain't all about blood. It's about taking on the will to do whatever it takes, for your land, for your people, when the time comes. That's what makes Melia different from you.
Me? Envious? What is that?
What's going on?
Look! Over there! The colony!
Telethia!
Guys! She's gone.
Tyrea, you mean?
Could that Telethia be her?
No. At least, I'm fairly certain.
What?
There's no time now. We must pursue it. It must be Tyrea after all. Shulk, I must...
I know.
Stop!
Tyrea! You're safe.
You do realize that Telethia is Yumea.
Yumea?
I was pursuing Yumea. Even though she knew it was her fate to transform, she remained faithful to the Bionis.
But why? Didn't she feel betrayed?
Everyone has their own beliefs, and what they believe is their own choice. Yumea adhered to her path. I pursued her so that I could fulfill her final wish.
Her final wish?
Yumea was imprisoned within the Tower of Investigation. She told me that after she transformed into a Telethia, I was to destroy her as quickly as possible. She wished to sacrifice herself to the Bionis. At least, that is what I believed at first. But I now understand Yumea's true desire. That is why I must...
This is my responsibility.
Melia, why?
Father entrusted me with the Empire and its people. What I believe in is the will of those struggling to survive. I have to fight if I am to convey this to the next generation. Besides, Yumea is your birth mother. There is no need for you to carry out such an unpleasant task.
Is the same not true of you? You may not be of her blood, but you still think of her as your...
This is a duty that my father and brother conferred upon me.
Melia.
Tyrea, I believe you and I are alike.
Alike? Never, vile girl. My gratitude for assisting Yumea. I mean, Mother.
Tyrea.
Well, there she goes.
Is she going to be okay on her own?
She'll be all right. We and Tyrea share the same goal. Our paths are sure to meet again.
Yeah, you're right. Melia, what did you mean just now? When you said you and Tyrea are alike?
Tyrea must be half Homs, just like me.
What? But the wings on her head?
Not all half-blooded High Entia have small wings, only the majority. Some are indistinguishable from pure-blooded High Entia. Dominant and recessive inheritance. I've studied this.
So that's why.
Melia, do you think Meya knew this would happen?
Perhaps. Actually, she had to have known. At least, that's what I believe.
She was her mother after all. She must have been aware.
Yes.
I want to talk about why I actually don't like this quest. First off, this is the only time we see this. This is dumb. Second off, I don't like Tyrea or Meya. They're both annoying, and Tyrea gives me PTSD. Lastly, why is this the only questline with voice acting? Why doesn't it belong to the Bana questline? You undercover a drug operation and watch friends turn into enemies, and you fight a boss with the song that you don't often hear. It makes me angry, but I should let you guys know about this questline because it is actually quite important to Future Connected. In order to get to Zanza, we must go inside him first. But first, I think we should do something about Shulk's wimpy-ass replica Monado and upgrade it a bit. You can accept a questline from Leonata here, and you can get one of 5 replica Monados. Well, you can get all 5 of them, but it's really hard to get the other 3. You can only, like, really get 2, and one of them's really hard to get from this level, but, I mean, like, it's possible. Listen, I'm gonna link in the description a video by Chugga Conroy, and part of his Xenoblade Let's Play that tells you a good way to get everything you need for it. But, like, yeah, I got the Monado Rudra and the Monado Agni. So, yeah. I don't like this place. It looks weird, the music is okay, the enemies aren't fun, and her.
You look well, Your Highness. Look at that. The heart of the Bionis. The pulsating life of Lord Zanza.
Quit your yapping and show yourself.
I await Your Highness here. There is something I wish to show you. Welcome to my world. I must say, I am surprised. Zanza's vessel truly does have a will of its own, and looking quite sprightly.
I'm still alive. I won't die. Not yet. And that's why we're here.
Well, if it's life you're looking for, I'll show you true life.
Galleon!
Brother! There is no use in calling. It worked before, but now his transformation is complete. He is my adorable servant. Do you know the meaning of the word Telethia? It means that which eliminates impure life. Impure life, just like you. That which Lord Zanza does not require shall be extinguished from this world.
After finally killing this little bitch, who is just so...
Man, f*** this fight. It's bad enough that it's another Telethia. Thank Meyneth. I don't have to deal with having to apply Monado Purge, though. But trust me, there's plenty more that makes this fight mega annoying. For starters, she summons 4 different kinds of nebulae, meaning that you have not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 different sources to be taking damage from. And as if that weren't enough of a hassle to deal with, you're surrounded by little pools of ether, which you'll take damage from it if you enter them, meaning that your teammates, the garbage AI that they are, will constantly insist on attacking the nebulae from the ether pools, taking more damage than they need to. And don't even get me started on this bitch! Every single one of her arts suck! Ether Laser lowers your ether defense. Spoiler alert, all the enemies in this fight primarily use ether to attack, and on top of that, it inflicts Art Seal, meaning you can only auto-attack doing chip damage. Obliterate is an AoE, meaning everyone around her is screwed because it causes knockback followed by topple, leaving you wide open for more attacks. Big Bang 6 is a fun one. Not only does it cause daze, it also applies Confuse on you, meaning you're open to be attacked followed by not being able to control your character. Elemental Barrier summons more nebulae, so sorry if you focused your efforts on the one when the battle started, now you gotta deal with even more of these bastards. Elemental Activate causes her to have an awakening, raising her level and therefore her stats, so if you thought she was hard before, hoo boy! And finally, she has Shield Recovery, meaning that if you applied any debuffs to her, as you should, they're gone now. Just gone. Oh, and it also applies debuff immunity, meaning you can't apply any debuffs for a little bit. And I hope you like repetitive lines, because I am so sick of this absolute trash heap saying, "You'll pay for your insolence," over and over and over and over again. All this to say, this fight is bad, and I don't like it.
We get this nice scene.
Brother? Is that really you? Oh, I have longed to see you.
I too, Melia. The Telethia gene lies dormant within us all. There was no escaping the cursed blood in our veins, sister. It was fate. That is why our father sought to dilute the bloodline. You are the hope of the High Entia. You will not transform into a Telethia. Even after the Bionis has reawakened, you can still succeed the Imperial line. You have the power to end our suffering. Knowing this, both I and Father were happy to sacrifice ourselves. It was our choice.
Brother.
There is no need to fear. After all, this is precisely our wish. In the end, you are the only ones who can stop Zanza.
Yes.
Now, leave her to me. You must go.
My body! No! I was promised immortality!
Brother.
Melia, at long last I can be with Father. You must now live your own life. The path you forge, the future you choose. That is the hope of the High Entia.
Thank you, brother. Your words will stay with me forever.
His words?
Oh, Riki heard. Riki heard Meli's brother. Callian say, hope of bird people. Where Meli's brother? Oh, Riki not see him, but Riki hear him.
Riki.
Then this asshole interrupts.
Such a brave princess.
Dickson!
Don't look at me like that. I take time out of my schedule to send you off to a nice spot, and that's how you welcome me.
What do you mean?
I'll be waiting at Prison Island. I've picked out a lovely place to return your flesh and blood to the Bionis. Don't keep me waiting.
So why don't we take him up on that offer? It's finally time to return to Prison Island and face Dickson like a man. This is the last dungeon of the game, so I want to mention the bomb-ass music playing here. I also want to mention the amount of unique monsters here. Let's see, how many are there? Oh, I thought that was more than 8. Other than Galahad Fortress, this is a really good dungeon, possibly my favorite, again, other than Galahad Fortress. The puzzles are fun, the enemies are fun, the music is great, and the story and bosses are great.
I can sense Dickson. We must be near the top. If we proceed from here, we will be unable to return. Are you ready to go on?
Yes, I'm ready.
Aren't you scared?
I would be lying if I said no. But still, we must go on.
Agreed. We know what we're fighting for.
We decided ages ago.
Dunban?
Oh, sorry. I just got caught up in the moment.
Come on, Dunban.
Right, let's go. Time to seize our destiny.
Hello, drip check.
Dickson!
Kept me waiting a while, Shulk.
Waiting? For us to fight you?
Yeah, that's what it's come to. Or will you just shut up and let me kill you?
We'll never do that.
Just as I expected. Wouldn't have it any other way. I've been working for Lord Zanza since the beginning. I raised you purely so he could live on.
I know. And I must thank you for granting me such power. It's all down to you that I'm standing here, ready for you now.
Enough talk, boy.
Dickson! If you're so determined to stop us, then we will kill you!
Shulk has changed drastically over the course of the game. He starts as this curious, sometimes shy weapons developer, and then he turns into this man who's fed up with your shit and is going to kill God. And also he's pretty tough, both physically and mentally. I like that as he learns about the wonders of the world, he becomes more out there, bit by bit. Compare his personality at the beginning of the game, comparing it to the end of the game, and it's pretty jarring. How much he's come along. Even Dickson acknowledges this. I also real quickly just wanna fucking talk about this guy right here. This is Dragon King Gael'gar, a boss you fight right before Dickson, and I just need to let you guys know that this guy is a fucking nightmare. I legitimately stopped playing the game for like a year. A good year. Because of this fucker on my first playthrough. He was so fucking annoying. He has an incredible spike, which it fucking sucks. So, please be wary of him.
Why are you fighting? You're helping Zanza to create a world where nothing exists. What could you possibly hope to get out of it?
Only those with power have the right to decide such things.
You're wrong!
Zanza just tells me where to fight and I fight. And that's how I like it.
Is that your reason? For fighting?
It's the only reason.
It's time, Shulk. Let's finish this.
I will not fail. With your faith in me, and our strength combined, we can do this.
Sure. You ever gonna make this worth my while? Huh? I'm done. I'm going home.
Dickson!
I just wanted the power of a god. This martyr stuff's not for me. Go! I ain't gonna risk my life to stop ya.
Get back here! You expect us to let you go? What? Enough. It's Zanza we're after, not him.
Okay.
Damn. How'd that kid get so strong? I ain't gonna let you see me die. I won't give you the satisfaction of victory. See ya, kin. Looks like the student finally surpassed the teacher.
Shulk. His wounds.
It's finally time to go kill a god. So why don't we step through the portal? Because this is a JRPG, we obviously end up walking on nothing. As we make our way closer to Zanza, we must fight these ghostly enemies of our past. When we finally end up at a ball of water...
Is that a ball of water?
He arrives before us.
Welcome, Shulk. That voice! It's Zanza!
But he looks different.
I had planned to use the body obtained from Shulk as a vessel in which to dwell for the next millennium. However, I came to possess a great and unexpected power. Meyneth's Monado. Correct. In addition to my own Monado, which you kept safe for me, I was also able to obtain a second weapon which holds the power of creation. Now I possess all I desire. There is no longer any need for the life of Bionis. I must thank you indeed, Shulk. You were of more use to me than any of my disciples. Now that I have the Monados, I can forgive you your betrayal.
Ha! You gonna give him a reward?
Precisely. I will have him serve as my new disciple. You will be granted eternal life and unimaginable strength. Death will be but a fleeting afterthought.
Are you so arrogant to believe that the High Entia... No. All life on Bionis are nothing but your playthings!
Playthings?
Yes! You don't know how it feels to have slain my brethren, after they had transformed into Telethia.
What are you talking about? A Telethia is a High Entia's true form. I did not transform them. I returned them. The Telethia are mere cells from my body. I conferred intelligence upon them on a mistaken whim, creating a primitive life form, the High Entia. They enjoyed a brief existence as sentient beings. For that, they should be grateful.
Huh. So this is the arrogance of a creator.
As I planned, the life of Bionis existed simply to serve as my vessels and my food. Bionis is nothing more than an accumulation of their corpses and life energy.
But though you feign omnipotence, the High Entia still confined you to Prison Island. That is how limited you are.
Confined me? I was merely resting there for a while. I was wounded in the battle with Meyneth's vessel. I simply awaited the day when a new vessel, revealed to me in a vision, would be born. Until I was born. Precisely. I intended to inhabit your body and once again do battle with Meyneth. However, I had no idea that I would defeat her so easily.
Meyneth.
You did a great deed in granting me a new Monado. I will gladly take you as my new disciple, Shulk.
Never! I don't want to be your vessel, or your disciple. I just want to live my life as a Homs, in a world without you!
That is most regrettable. You could have entrusted all to me and attained peace. But perhaps the vision of mortals will ever remain limited. Using one's power to change the world. That is a right possessed only by gods.
Is that why you laid waste to Mechonis?
Of course. Along with the beings called Machina, who followed Meyneth. They had evolved and become insolent under her protection.
So you're saying us Homs are next in line, eh?
You are correct. You yourselves have proven that Homs are a dangerous species. How unfortunate. I had a desire for friendship. But granting intelligence to the lives I created was a mistake. A god should not long for friendship.
You're wrong! Meyneth chose to exist alongside us. She grew to consider us her friends. You should have accepted that. But what you were hoping for was not friendship. You wanted worthless slaves. Our lives as food.
Just as I suspected, it appears that I was mistaken to grant free will. However, all will soon be over. The Telethia will exterminate all life on Bionis. I will then create a new world. Just as I have done many times before.
We will not allow it. We cannot. We will stop you!
Now, this fight is actually pretty cool. Well, it's first and final phase. The second phase is a little weird, but he summons these little guys that you have to worry about, but you also have to worry about the quick time events, because you can't have a vision unless you complete these little QTEs. That's the only way you can have a vision. And when you do, Zanza acknowledges this, which I think is really cool.
Did you? No! How can you still have visions?
Also, don't worry about his question mark level. His actual stats are that of around level 81 to 82. So I really just would not worry about that. But also, he's just a really cool boss, and I love his theme.
How
visions. You no longer possess the Monado. I don't know. It comes from the bottom of my heart. It shows me my enemy. It reveals the future I must change.
The future we see is not set in stone. There are infinite possibilities based on the paths we choose. You should be well aware of this notion, for that is how you have always existed.
That is a right for gods, and gods only! Why should we care? What's important isn't whether you can see the future or not. It's the will to make a choice, and the strength to seize your destiny. Our time has come. Our destiny is our own! Can it be? A Monado?
It is not only you that has the right. Every living thing has the freedom to choose the path they walk. And that is the future.
A third Monado has appeared. How can this have happened? You are mere mortals! Your existence cannot be permitted.
I want to thank you all for watching up to this point of the review, and hopefully you'll watch the rest of it. I loved every part of making this video, and I'm going to probably not make a video like this again, but still, I just want to thank you all for watching and supporting me through this journey of Xenoblade Chronicles. So why don't we finish the fight?
I am a god! All that is and shall be! You are nothing!
That was great, guys!
Fiora! Here we go! Backslash!
My turn! Final cross!
No, it cannot be! Ain't that the truth?
Before we actually get to the end of the game, I'd like to talk about Zanza and Meyneth. The twist that these two beings are actually this is pretty cool. Wait, if Meyneth's a girl, does that mean we've been inside her boobs? Cool. It's cool that Meyneth resides in Fiora and all, but I really want to highlight the whole thing about Shulk being at the wrong place in the wrong time, and causing Zanza to possess him. I love it. I love that sort of story beat so much, and I really like how it's saved as a twist here, to just make him look like he's not that special. And Shulk was able to just do this just because of his sheer willpower.
The power of a god cannot be overcome!
Zanza, this is the providence of the world. Even gods are merely beings restricted to the limited power determined by providence. That power, although great, is not unlimited.
That voice! Alvis! How dare you disobey me! Ah!
I am Monado. I was here at the beginning, and I will proclaim the end.
But that's impossible.
Shulk, it is time for you to choose. Does this world belong to Zanza, or does it belong to you?
That is something I decided long ago! That's simple. Today, we use our power to fell a god, and then seize our destiny! All that I am is fading. The memory of a god's existence.
born from the chaos of creation. It is vanishing.
Where am I?
This is my home.
Your home? Let's begin the experiment. Whose voice was that?
It is Zanza, before he became a god, when he was simply a man of flesh and blood.
No! The results have not been confirmed! It's too dangerous!
And that voice? It's Meyneth.
Ridiculous! It's perfectly safe. We are about to bear witness to the birth of a universe. Once, only a god could perform such a miracle. But today, mankind moves one step closer to the divine!
It was simple curiosity. The curiosity of a single man that destroyed the universe and created a new one. A new universe. Your world was born. And so, two gods came into existence. Zanza and Meyneth were lonely, so they created life in their own image.
And that was how we were born.
As the world advanced to each further stage, it was inherited by generations of different life forms. But over time, awareness of Zanza faded. Zanza feared this. In order to escape his own annihilation, he wished for a world in a perpetual cycle of destruction and recreation.
Bionis being filled with life, and the Telethia coming to wipe it out. It was all the will of Zanza.
It was. But the truth of the matter is that he longed for friendship.
His future, and our future. It might have been possible for them to coexist.
Correct. However, that time has passed. The old god was defeated by the new god that he himself created.
New god?
Yes. That is why I appeared before you, Shulk.
Alvis, what are you?
Now, I'm gonna be spoiling Xenoblade 2 real quick, so skip here if you don't want that. Alvis is the third Aegis, Ontos, who was lost to the world of All Rest, as revealed by the Architect. This is why he has his own otherworldly powers. That's why, although seemingly he sides with his creator, he doesn't quite. He's neutral towards all of these conflicts he witnesses, and I love how we have a villain who isn't exactly a villain. He's just an observer who happens to have an insane amount of power, and I just absolutely adore that.
This world is stagnant. It has expired. Therefore, I will ask you, its new god. What is your wish? Will you allow the world to continue to stagnate? Or will you allow it to evolve to the next level? The choice is yours to make. This world has little time remaining if left in this state. Have you made your decision? The choice is yours, Creator. Tell me your decision for the future of this world.
I won't decide. The future should be decided by each and every person in the world. And so, what we wish for is
a world with no gods!
Are you trying to kill me?
I'm really sorry, Colonel.
Sorry? What do you mean, sorry? Squat jumps around the entire colony. 50 laps! Now!
Please, Colonel!
Ah, yes. That's excellent. So, you can take the materials to District 4.
The restoration's coming along nicely.
Thanks to Melia and Vanea. The High Entia and Machina have some amazing technology.
We are happy to help. To live alongside one another in harmony. After all, I have no doubt this is what Lady Meyneth and Egil would have wanted.
Hear, hear. And may it last forever.
Dunban,
Fiora, what is it?
have you seen Shulk?
Oh, he just left. I don't know where he's gone, but he was with Reyn and the others.
Okay, thank you.
Fiora?
Yes?
It's nothing. Good luck.
If you're looking for Shulk, he is not here.
Amazing. It's like you've got eyes in the back of your head. What were you looking at? The sea?
I wasn't looking at anything in particular. If anything, Fiora, I was thinking. Thinking about the future that awaits us all.
Wow. You're so much more thoughtful than me.
Really? I don't think so. I was just answering your question.
But I know what you mean. You're right. We've been through a lot.
Yes. We have. I am grateful to all of you. It is because I met you that I experienced so much, and it is the reason I am here now.
Yes. We're happy you're here too. Thanks, Melia. For everything. I'm glad I met you.
And I you.
Yeah. Almost got it.
Reyn! Go, Reyn! Oh, Riki really hungry.
Put your back into it, Reyn!
water being so salty.
Reyn, you're terrible at this. When was the last time you fished?
I'm bad fisherman. Riki won't eat big fish.
Give us a break. You try next time, Furball.
Fishing is Reyn's job. Riki's job is eating.
Hang on a sec. Isn't Oka gonna have a massive go at you if you don't go back to her with 14 fish to feed all your little pond?
Oh, Riki forgot. Wifey pond very angry if not catch more fish.
It ain't me she's gonna be angry with.
No, Reyn, catch fish now. Oh, fish.
Here you are. The breeze feels so good.
It does.
What is it?
Oh, that hairstyle. It looks good on you, that's all. Yeah.
Really? Oh, I was thinking about growing it out, but... Hey, which do you prefer?
Both, of course.
Oh, come on. What am I supposed to say to that?
Sorry. Okay. It's great like that. Don't change it.
I'd forgotten what it feels like to do this. I wonder what the future has in store for us.
Who knows? I'm sure it will be full of ups and downs.
Ups and downs?
I don't know what the future holds. But that means I can imagine the possibilities. We can achieve anything we put our minds to.
Yeah. You're right.
Do you remember what the Alvis, said to us the last time we saw him?
Yes, of course.
Shulk. This new world is boundless. It is home to not only you, but many forms of life. I can see it. In this world, all life will walk towards the future, hand in hand.
One day, I hope I can meet them all. The people of this endless world.
Me too. We will. I know it.
We'll meet them. And whatever happens, we'll face our future together.
So, that was Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. I think I should say a few words.
Let's dance, asshole!
That's right! I forgot about the Superbosses. These are Superbosses. They're unique monsters who are higher than the level cap that appear after the Mechonis Core event. There's Final Marcus at level 100 at the 3-stage summit, which is at the end of the path I'm showing you now at Valak Mountain. So, turn the speed to 0.25 to see it in its full if you want. Ancient Daedala is at level 105 and is where you first woke up on the Fallen Arm. Despotic Arsene is level 108 at the Glowing Obelisk at Satoral Marsh. Blizzard Bel'Ghazas is level 114 at the Great Glacier, where you fight Mumkar on Valak Mountain. And finally, there's Avalanche Abasi, who is level 120 at 3 Sage Summit on Valak Mountain only when there's a blizzard. If you want advice on how to beat them, I highly recommend Chugger Conroy's video on all of the unique monsters in this game. He shows where they all are, but actually gives details and strategies on how to defeat all of the super bosses in this game. So I'm going to now show you me fighting them. Well, actually just Avalanche, obviously. Yeah, actually, I'm just gonna say this right here now. I don't want to do that. I feel like it would take way too long. So what I'm gonna do is just upload a separate video of me fighting all the super bosses and whatnot on my second channel, link in the description. I'll upload it the same day that this goes out. So yeah, I'm just saving on time here. I'm really sorry for how long this is getting, but we're almost through, I swear. I also real quickly just want to mention that Definitive Edition added a challenge mode arena. It's nothing too special. Xenoblade 2's is way better, but like, it's certainly there. I've tried a few, and by a few I mean literally all of them, and it was pretty fun. If you want an extra challenge, just head for the challenge arena. You can unlock it as soon as you finish Tephra Cave.
Okay, here we go. Slash, Fiora, keep it coming.
Alrighty! Reyn!
Yo, wow, down. Yeah, well played.
Okay, we're done, right? Right? Xenoblade Chronicles Future Connected is an additional 10-hour campaign that's exclusive to Definitive Edition. It takes place a year after the game finishes on the Bionis' right shoulder. Fun fact, the Bionis' shoulder was going to be a place you visit in the main game, but it was cut before the final product. You can actually look through the Wii discs files to find the original version. The story is focused of number one waifu Melia and her connecting to her people to find a better future. Thus the name Future Connected. I mean, come on, it's like you get it. It's like the name of the game, you know. It has many recurring characters and brand new characters, so why don't we just jump into it? A year after Shulk's journey finishes, we are met with Melia and Shulk on Junks.
The Junks.
Oh, sorry. The Junks. Also, can you tell it's been 10 years since these two have done voice acting for these characters?
Melia, we're in sight of Alkmaar.
All right. I'm on my way.
Anyways, they appear at Alkmaar, which appears to be still floating, but then they're knocked down by some unknown source. As they're having a lovely chat of how fucked they are right now, they hear something.
Sister Bon, watch out on right! I take care of it. Kino handle left side. Gotcha!
Those voices.
Are those? It's Kino and Nene.
So those two who were screaming were Kino and Nene. Two Nopon. Nopon? No, what the fuck am I from Xenoblade X all of a sudden? Two Nopon. How do Shulk and Melia know them? Well, they're Riki's children. What? It's revealed in a heart-to-heart that Nene just went through a massive growth spurt and Shulk feels bad for not recognizing her. And as for Kino, we'll get into that in like a few seconds. Anyway, we go help them with the whole being attacked thing, and afterward, everyone decides to rest and talk. We learn that Kino and Nene are here because they heard Shulk and Melia discussing coming here. And Kino wanted to go, so Nene didn't want him to be helpless, so they both stowed away on junks. Sorry, the junks. After they get through all of that, they see a small town in the distance and decide to head over there. But before we actually get there, I'd like to discuss Kino and Nene more. As far as their personalities, Kino is pretty young and aspires to be a great hero pawn, like his father. As for Nene, she's a bit older and just wishes to protect her younger brother. Now, I have to talk about something that's discussed later in the story, however, I won't really be talking about these two this much, considering the story is like 90% about Melia. In that same heart-to-heart where we learn about Nene's growth spurt, we also learn that, well, she's still pretty young, so she does have moments where she can't always act like an adult, which honestly hits so close to home for me. As for Kino, who gets more treatment than Nene, which sucks because I like Nene more, we learn that he was adopted sometime after the main game ended. Honestly, other than these two things, they don't get that much character development, nor focus other than in heart-to-hearts. They mostly act as comic relief, but for the first time in all of gaming history, it doesn't ruin important moments, and it actually got a laugh out of me.
You've only just woken up. Come on, we'll let you rest.
Yes. Thank you.
What that for? Kino used tranquil snooze for sweet dreams. That seemed extremely
Oh, you want to know about their combat skills? Well, Nene is Reyn and Kino is Sharla. I'm not joking, their arts are the exact same except slightly altered names and icons, which I mean, like, yeah, okay, I guess. Wait, does this mean the party members have been teaching Riki's children how to fight? Shulk and Cuck are back, and now they're just friends, and Melia doesn't seem to have a crush on Shulk anymore, or she doesn't show it in this. I guess, I mean, it has been a year, so obviously Melia's feelings for Shulk have calmed down. Okay, I'm done talking like that. Other than that, they just seem to be really good friends, and the rest of their traits and personality seem to be the same, except Melia is a bit more serious and responsible, but that seems to be it. As for combat, they're exactly the same, and Shulk doesn't have Monado enchant, but that's okay, because there are no Mechon in this campaign. So, yeah. Oh, and one more thing I should mention, because, you know, Zanza's dead, so, Shulk can no longer have visions. And also, there are no chain attacks. Okay, at least chain attacks are replaced with something else I'll discuss later, but as for the whole visions thing, why? Why would you do that? Seriously, why remove the best thing about the combat? Why? This makes all of Shulk's Monado arts become simple support arts that take way too long to do. Why? I don't know. I just think that they really should have just, like, maybe done something than just not have visions at all. I think they just, maybe they just should have nerfed it. Maybe so it's, like, once per battle or something. I don't know, just anything that doesn't remove my favorite combat mechanic. Anyway, we get to the town, which is titled Companion's Cape.
Many, many bird people here.
Are there really? Only High Entia living here.
Oh there, strangers. I see. You've had a rough time of it. However, I suggest you steer clear of Alcamoth. Even if you do somehow get there in one piece, don't expect the transporters to be running.
Oh? Why's that?
The thing that shot at you was no defense platform. It was a monster we've taken to calling the Fog King.
The Fog King?
Yeah. Suddenly showed up in Alcamoth a few months back.
From what I gather, you're from the Imperial Guard. Are the swords you carry just for show?
Taking a sword to it is folly. It laughs at our attacks. It's like hacking at smoke. Blows pass clean through it.
Must be Ghost! Ghost not shoot beams, dum-dum.
So that's why you call it the Fog King?
Eventually, we gathered the High Entia and anyone else we found, and gave up the capital, so that we might live. It's true. I want to go home. But that's a dream that won't come to pass, and it already cost too many lives.
Maxis.
I understand where you're coming from. Still, I have to be blunt with you. Let it go.
Now what?
Judging from the speech, I can't see us convincing him.
So this mean we're stuck here?
Quite a predicament, Empress Melia.
Who are you? How do you know my name?
I humbly beg your pardon. Gael'gar, at your Majesty's service. Formerly of the Personal Protection Division of the Alcamoth Guard Regiment.
Is that so? Then the pardon is mine to beg, Sir Gael'gar. And please, dispense with the Majesty.
Perish the thought, your Majesty. The recent war has rid us of the wicked purebloods. A new age dawns, and we half-breeds are chosen for its caretakers. With you, Lady Melia, as our shining paragon, I cannot but address you as Majesty.
I have no patience for wheedling. Especially from knaves who spit on their ancestors.
I would never dream of doing such. I merely spoke plain truth, no more.
Sir Gael'gar, we really need to get to Alcamoth, no matter what.
Ah yes, I have heard your exchange with Maxis. Hindering the Empress's triumph. A narrow-minded fool, if ever there was one. To begin the authentication process, one must raise their hand to the transporter. The device is configured in such a way that only some of the High Entia in this land and the Imperial family may pass. Hence, Lady Melia should not have the slightest issue activating it.
A similar mechanism to the tombs, then?
That's our ticket into Alcamoth.
Yes.
Tasty news! Friend Gael'gar is good friend! Kind thanks, bird mister.
Not at all. I am but a humble servant in Lady Melia's employ.
This outpost appears to consist of naught but soldiers. Where might all the other refugees reside?
They dwell beyond the Grandel ramparts, which lie below this point.
They live at a remove from you, then?
Yes, because of the Machina who live there.
What do you mean?
Might you have forgotten? When the war broke out, it was the Machina's treachery that lit the fuse. Were it not for them, we needn't have lost our brethren and our home.
You couldn't stand the Machina and thus moved away?
Precisely.
But the war is concluded, Sir Gael'gar.
Some simply cannot let go so easily.
Melia, shall we go see for ourselves?
Ah, yes. Very well.
Man, that guy looks so nice. What a nice young man. I wonder what his thoughts on our purebred High Entias are. So before we get to Alchemoth, this happens. So, the Pond Spectres are these cute, adorable team of 12 Nopon that are scattered all around the map, and you can recruit all of them. To do so, you just need to find them, talk to them, and do the side quests they give you. Some of them are a little easy, some of them are a bit more on the harder side, but either way, they'll join your side in battle once you're finished helping them. Each of them will do a different art belonging to Riki, so I guess there is a Riki equivalent in this campaign, but they can also replace your chain attack. Once the party gauge is full, you can do one of 3 super attacks called a Union Strike. One does a lot of damage to an enemy, one does slightly less damage to all enemies and dazes them all, and one heals everyone and also gets rid of all debuffs. You can watch a little sequence for each attack and do a QTE to increase the effect. If you do it well enough, you can even do it again. I think. I'm not quite sure if that's how it works. It hasn't happened to me much because I suck at the QTEs, but I think so. Now, although I do prefer chain attacks, this isn't as bad as Xenoblade 2's chain attacks, so that's good enough for me. However, you have to recruit a lot of Pond Spectres to actually unlock their special attack, so this makes the first few parts of this campaign needlessly hard, which is very poopy. As for the Pond Spectres' personalities, well, they're all pretty one-note, which is expected considering they're totally optional to even get. I mean, are you really surprised? It's kind of harmless, but I mean, yeah.
Why would all those Telethia be gathering here in one place?
The transporter is running.
So it is.
But how?
Maybe somebody activated it.
In any case, we can't afford to dally here.
Agreed. Let's go.
Once the party reaches Alchemoth, well... it's not good. So they try going to the palace and then this happens.
What is it?
Look up there.
What is that thing?
Look like hole in sky.
That's simply impossible.
This world is still in its early days. That could explain the instability. That, or it's still being reborn.
Does that really explain this?
It could do.
That Fog King creature. Is it from...
It's a possibility.
In that case, it may well be lurking nearby. Let's stay together and keep a close lookout.
Meme?
A child's voice. Where?
Up there! Over there!
The child is in danger. Quickly! Are you all right, child? Wait, Teelan.
Ah, Miss Melia. You too, Shulk? How did you...
We can talk later.
Cleared up.
We can only hope. Look! The
rift?
It's... Oh no! Look out!
That beam.
What about it, Shulk?
That was the same attack that brought down the junks.
Then that would mean...
It looks like we found our Fog King.
Yes, I would have to agree. What now, Shulk?
We might as well try. Nene.
Understand.
It won't work! You can't even land a scratch on it.
Melia! Kino!
Leave to me! Ye face full of pain!
Begone!
King of fog, bright dust!
It is just as Max has said then.
Melia! Let's pull back!
That would seem wise.
After saving him, we finally learn what's going on in this place. Tilan was an NPC in the main game who wasn't that well known. You can do all of his quests after Mechonis Core, and he's trying to find a way to revert the Telethia back to High Entia. However, in this campaign, he's actually important. You know how I mentioned how good the voice acting is in Xenoblade? Well, Tilan is the only voice actor who I think is not doing that good of a job. It's mostly just the timing of the delivery, but still.
Were you the one who activated the transporter?
Yeah, I was given special permission, so I could conduct my research. That said, I normally don't go anywhere without Big Sis.
He's still trying to revert the Telethia, and he was in the capital to get some research material. He also informs us that the Telethia keep the Foggy King at bay in Alchemoth, and that the monster that attacked him is called a Fog Beast, and they're possessed by the Fog King. He also mentions a Big Sis.
Well, we're not actually related.
He then invites us to his laboratory.
Right, I'll be going on ahead.
You won't be guiding us on the way?
I need to clean up, else there won't be anywhere to stand. All right, see you.
Hey, wait!
Thrice damned fools. They think to second guess the will of the divine.
Anyway, as we get to his lab, we find that this Big Sis is none other than...
Doesn't matter. Why did you disobey me? If something happened to you, we would lose everything.
Tyrea?
Melia?
So it seems that this is where she fled to. Tyrea is surprised to see Melia here and explains that she came up here to die. However, when people fled to this place and the Fog King appeared, she decided to protect and to help Tilan in order to possibly save the High Entia. I like how she just, no longer hates Melia, considering she's actually one of the best bets for saving the High Entia. She also goes through a redemption arc over the course of this campaign, going from being suicidal to embracing Melia as her sister. They made the worst boss a great character.
My helping with Tilan's research is a simple matter of give and take.
If you really believed that, you would not have treated him half so warmly. I can tell that when you look at Tilan, you see family. Even if it was once transactional, his research concerns the future of our race. That fact remains.
The future of the High Entia, huh? And what about you?
Me?
You must have heard. Our brethren in this land are suffering.
Yes.
You are the Imperial successor. The Crown Princess, war or no war? No. Empress now. What will you do about the future of our race?
I have not planned that far ahead. However, I know enough to realize what I must do right now.
I hope to see it. This future you will build for us. And when I do, I hope I'll be able to accept what I now am.
Empress Melia, so you are ready to lead us after all. It shall be my privilege to clear the stones from your path.
Did you learn anything from Teelan?
A little. He said that for all the details, we ought to talk to Radzum in Grandel.
Right. Off to Grandel we go.
I would now like to take this time that we'd have while we're walking to Grandel to talk about a few things. Firstly is Ether. Much like No More Heroes 2, they kept what's good and cut out the useless time-wasting shit. Ether deposits just straight up give you crystals, and enemies will also directly drop crystals. Honestly, I just want to bring up how convenient this is, and I just like it. So, yeah. The Bionis shoulder is really cool and pretty. This was actually going to be in the original game, but then it got cut. You can actually find it on the game's disk files, and you can even explore it. It was highly speculated that this is where Colony 6 was originally going to be, considering this line.
We've been given the order to retreat. We're pulling back the line to Colony 6.
Pulling back the line to Colony 6. From Sword Valley. Sure, we'll climb all the way back up Valak Mountain, cut across Machina Forest, go through the Bionis interior, down Satoral Marsh, and then set up the line of defense there.
You know how there are smooth transitions and paths to each area except Eryth Sea, which just has this weird teleport ball? Well, it's also highly speculated that this would be the area that connects to Eryth Sea. If you want to know more about this place in relation to the original game, I would recommend you watch Chugga Conroy's 116th episode of his Let's Play on this game, where he talks about all of the things that were cut out of the game. I'll link it in the description. As for how it looks now, well, it's absolutely breathtaking. There's a wide variety of environments and a lovely theme to go with it, which I'll talk about in a bit. There's also some great places to just sightsee with. It's just truly amazing.
Greetings. We have heard from Teelan that a man called Radzum lives within these walls.
Ah, friends of Teelan's, are you? We've been expecting you. Go on, in you get.
Once we arrive at Grandel, we learn that it was actually Teelan's friend Radzum that said no to the companions because, you know, almost all of them died, so that's why they separated. What the So that's why they separated.
Because of the Telethia's ether field, the Fog King and his fog beasts seem, well, unable to escape Alchemoth.
Ether field?
Yeah. It's the means by which Telethia eliminate any excess ether that they absorb. Now, the Fog King and his beasts happen to give off an awful lot of ether.
I see. So all Telethia in the vicinity flock there, to feed on the ether.
Would you do me a favor and head to Teelan's lab, borrow his Telethia research notes for me?
Sure, we can do that for you.
There's something I'd like to look up about the Telethia's ether field.
Understood.
On another note, we heard that you spoke out against the companions.
I voiced an opinion, yes. I can understand their impatience. Their ancestral home was right there. However, I couldn't abide watching them throw away more lives for nothing.
The people of Grandel, they're living under considerable strain, not knowing what became of their homes. and with no means of return.
But that's also true of Maxis. His people lost their homes too.
Yes. But they're feeling desperate, and it's making them unreasonable.
It too sad.
We were like that too once, weren't we?
Mama, what that thing?
Is that...
It's like the one we saw in Alchemoth, but much, much larger.
You're right.
Shulk, let's see if we can get closer.
Yeah.
After we head to the island, well...
Let's go on a journey through all time, a time that's changing all the time. It's time to go to time.
Miss Melly, look, ahead!
Fog beasts?
Here they come!
No time for deliberations.
The Fog Beasts are now going to be scattered all throughout the shoulder. They're a bit more beefier than the most monsters, but not as tough as unique monsters. So, what's the difference? Oh. Poopy. Thankfully, killing the Fog Beast before any other enemies gets rid of these buffs that are mentioned, so you should prioritize killing a Fog Beast when in a battle with multiple enemies. They get their own special icon and tag, and oh hey, they also have their own Oh! Oh! Shit! The new music that was made for this game fucking slaps. It's so good, I jam to it regularly. Bionis Shoulder Day is the best field theme I've ever heard. And Fog Beast Battle is possibly the best battle theme I've ever heard. Actually, not even possibly, it is. It's so good. Hell yeah. Anywho, the Fog Beasts also appear in Grandel, so after taking care of them, we think it's a great idea to check up on Xenoblade and Tyrea, and, well...
Villain! What do you want?
You stand in the way of a new age dawning.
Sis, I'm scared.
It's all right. I'll protect you. And I'll work, I swear.
Behold, the widening rift in the sky. It's proof definite the world abhors you.
Spare me your ravings.
Oh, Lady Melia, the hope of our race.
Gael'gar, what is this treachery?
As you can see, I am sweeping away some pebbles. Their research is blasphemy against the commingled blood.
Don't you comprehend the import of what you're interrupting? The very future of our race hinges on their work.
You think this is the future? This reactionary struggle to revive what is long buried? The future of the High Entia is us. We are what the race ought to become. We are the true face of the High Entia.
If not for our ancestors, we would never even have drawn breath.
Ancestors? I recognize them not. You, Lady Melia, are our progenitor. You were our beginning, and you will be our future.
Senseless drivel. If you would interfere with this research for the sake of spouting your nonsense, you do not deserve my mercy.
Melia.
Why won't you understand? Why won't you accept that we are the ones destined to lead?
You will not so easily refute our history.
So be it. I reject you. I will take the mantle and become father of our kin.
I absolutely love Gael'gar. He's fucking nuts, and every cutscene he's in is the best one of the campaign. He truly believes in what he's doing, which makes him actually an anti-villain, which I fucking love. And he's so insane that once he realizes Melia won't do what he wants, he pulls a Thanos and...
Fine. I'll do it myself.
Where did he get these Rufus units from? Fuck you, that's where, after kicking his ass, this shit happens.
I know I am not wrong. I'm not.
I will spare you. Just be gone from my sight.
No! The lab!
Melia!
Miss Melia!
No! Idiots!
The crown is mine now.
Talon!
Vic says help!
Better safe than sorry. The pure blood meets its end today.
Are you okay, Talon?
Telethia, here! Damn!
Miss Melia!
She's okay. She's all right.
I'm sorry. I couldn't save the future.
After Melia wakes up and a pretty funny joke, we learn that, yeah, most of Tielen's work is gone, but thanks to Melia, his research notes are all good. Shulk and Radzim infer that overflowing the Fog King with ether will actually damage him, so they need to get a lot of ether. So after a really fucking long story quest, and also a siege of Fog Beast, causing everyone from the Companion's Cape making friends with Grandel in order to stop the Fog Beasts, we're now able to make a stronger replica Monado to kill the Fog King, but first I think it's finally time we talk about the side quest. The side quests in this campaign are actually pretty good considering there aren't many of them, but also a lot of them are very personalized compared to the rest of the franchise, other than, let's say, Xenoblade 2, possibly. And they're pretty great. There's even a quest that explains how the islands in Eryth Sea float, which is via flowstones that originate from the Bionis shoulder. There's actually a great questline about Bana the Betrayer. Yeah, this guy. He flees Frontier Village and comes here, changes his name to Bama, and continues to sell drugs. In order to get his quest, though, you have to do all of their side quests in the game, which I'm not doing here. I'm sorry, but I'm on a tight time schedule, okay? I did it on my other file, though, but I forgot to record it, so yikes.
Bye-bye.
Unfortunately, I was only able to do these 3 quests. Why? Well, If you do the Wallflower quest line, it'll eventually lead to this quest called The Fallen. Melia receives a strange letter and has quite the reaction to it. She suggests that we head for the Companion's Cape, even though it's isolated. Once we make it there, we find none other than him. I just want to say that it absolutely fucking sucks that Gael'gar was reduced to a side quest boss, because he's so good. I didn't do this quest on my first playthrough, so in my first thoughts video of this game, I complained about it. Now, sure, it isn't as much of a problem because his story does actually have an end to it, despite my belief at first, but still, it sucks that his cutscene doesn't even have voice acting.
I shall do my best to.
Your dying words will be poetry to my ears.
Anyway, after kicking his ass, he starts to ramble, and like everybody when rambling in an argument, he slips and shows signs of hypocrisy. Melia calls him out on this, and then after realizing he compromised his own ideals, he decides, I'ma head out. And thus, Gael'gar's story ends. Or maybe it didn't. It's possible he could have survived for a sequel. Who knows? So now that we've done that story quest, we return to Radzum and we make the Super Mega Fog King Slayer 5000 Monado Replica EX Plus Fuck You Sword. And we finally head off to Alchemoth to go face the Fog King. But first, I just want to show you this heart-to-heart because I really like it.
Not long now, father, brother. With these two hands of mine, I will reclaim Alchemoth.
Hey, Melia, are you nervous?
Do not worry, Shulk. I'm just a little heightened. Trembling with excitement, as Dunban might say.
That's good to hear. I suppose it's no great wonder, though.
How about yourself? You've been given a big role to play. Taking it in your stride as usual.
Well, I've been remembering our time on the Bionis shoulder. It hasn't been easy, but we found the refugees here. Got to know Teelan and so on. I'm glad we came.
I see.
If we can retake the capital, and then get ourselves back to Colony 9, that'll be us sorted.
Say, Shulk. Tell me, what are your thoughts on the rift?
Right. Considering everything we've seen so far, we don't really know all that much about it. I've never seen anything like it. The Fog King, I mean. It's alien to the Bionis and Mechonis.
Indeed. The rift is a complete and utter enigma to us. All we know for certain is that its existence poses danger. A wholly new threat. For a wholly new world.
Sounds ominous.
Are my fears unfounded?
To be fair, there's a lot about this world that's different. Frankly, it's anyone's guess right now. Does it bother you? The rift, I mean.
I have an ill premonition.
Oh?
Disaster. Complete ruin. Inescapably looming over our future. I know not why, but that is the vague dread that I feel when I consider the rift.
Hey now.
I'm sorry. I know we have a big task ahead.
I'll try to keep my chin up.
It's okay. Your misgivings may just be a weird hunch. Or for all we know, they might come true tomorrow. But there's plenty more we don't know. The future. No one knows it for certain. Still, that doesn't mean we're entirely helpless. Our actions, they're what shapes the future. We've proven that countless times already. So I think we'll get through this. If we stand together, no power in the world can stand against us.
Shulk. I swear, you never change.
Oh, sorry. I guess I might have gone a bit overboard.
Alright, now it's time to go face the Fog King. And where's a better place than the garden that Melia loves so much?
King of Fog, right here! Fog King looking awfully foggy today.
I would guess it correlates with the widening of the rift.
It changes nothing. The time is now. My friends, lend me your strength. The future belongs to us.
King of Fog will no name of hero born Kino! Monster in for proper bashing.
So it's finally time to face the Fog King, and well, I don't think this fight is that good. So imagine a less difficult and impactful Lorithea. Summons nebulae, uses ether, has a mech theme, so yeah. Honestly, that's all I have to say about it.
Success! King of Fog, white dust! And kindly never to come back.
Shulk, what's wrong?
The sky.
The rift is expanding.
Mama, something not right. Foggy fluffies all coming together. King, not take no for answer.
What is the meaning of this?
It must be drawing its strength from the rift. And now it's even bigger.
In other words, if we could close the rift, we might have a chance.
It's possible. But first, let's do all that we can here.
You're right.
This is all over Kino's head. What does hero pun? Fight against impossible odds is natural like breathing. Fine then, time to dish out extra mega serving of fishy fancy with cherry on top.
So after the party realizes that Shulk's little hypothesis was only half true, it does damage to the Fog King, but not enough. Thankfully, the Telethia pull a Deus Ex Machina and Kamikaze into the rift, which weakens the Fog King enough for Melia to deliver the final blow. Then...
The future is safe. Finally.
It is.
This ending honestly felt very abrupt for me, but for what it is, it's pretty good.
They're waiting for you, Melia.
Does this world need a coronation? I just don't see the point.
Don't say that. It is the will of the people. It will mark the birth of a new era.
You'd also have been a fine choice.
Yes, well. I'm occupied with my research, as you know, Empress Melia.
Don't mock me.
Here we go.
Yes.
Alright, I guess we can finally get to the conclusion. Fuck you, I'ma tell you my rankings of all the bosses, but honestly, I'm a little lazy, so instead here's a montage with a quick one-sentence reason as to why I chose them. Xenoblade Chronicles is truly a masterpiece of a game, or any media, honestly. With an amazing story that twists and turns constantly, unique and interesting combat that can't be found anywhere else, and an amazing, expansive world that feels connected no matter where you are, the characters are just so amazing, and you'll instantly fall in love with them, except for Sharla and Juju. There are honestly times where I wish I've never played this game so that I can relive the magic of my first playthrough. Definitive Edition adds an amazing UI and even better graphics and, of course, Future Connected. Future Connective is adequate of enough for an epilogue campaign that makes the best character in the game, and even some characters I hate, into lovable people. Even when I got burnt out while writing the script, all I could think about was playing Xenoblade. I truly love this game. I give the original a 10 out of 10 and Future Connected an 8 out of 10, but overall, baby, it's a 10 out of 10. So you might be wondering, you're reviewing Xenoblade Chronicles 2 next, right? No. Whew, it's finally over. Christ. Hey, what's up? Oh, hey, me from an alternate universe from that one video I made about Let's Plays. So, did you finally finish that video? Yeah. Nice, up top. Okay.
With no one to guide me, torn apart by a fiery wheel inside me. I won't hurt you, I won't hurt you, I won't hurt you, I won't hurt you. An untouched diamond that's golden and brilliant without illumination. Your mouth's a constellation, the stars are in your eyes. I'll take a spaceship and try and go and find you. I won't hurt you, I won't hurt you, I won't hurt you, I won't hurt you. Pale blue star, my rainbow, how good it is to know your lightning. Strike me with your lightning, bring me down and bury me with ashes. I won't hurt you, 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 I won't hurt you.